Morning everybody, welcome to the Reserve Management Plan hearings. This is the first information gathering part of the meeting. Normal process is for the submitter to be given 5 minutes to speak to their submission and a further 5 minutes to answer questions. The questions from elected members to the submitter are to clarify matters raised in their submission only, not to dish out opinions. Questions posed by submitters to Council are not normally answered in this setting. Specific common questions are often answered in our response to submitters at the end of the process. Questions to officers are normally dealt with in the deliberations phase. So welcome this morning, Bev. Nice to see you. If you can push your right button now, and when you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Hoops. I'm just going to start going through the paperwork that I've got here, starting at page 3. We support the Council in all their efforts to ensure that Ashburton continues to grow as a vibrant and interesting town. Litter-free Ashburton volunteers work to support the Council to help keep Ashburton clean, green and litter-free, giving the town and locals a good impression. Ashburton Domain Playground. There is very strong support from the community for the Ashburton Domain Playground to receive further upgrading and modernising to be in line with other public playgrounds around the country. An excellent playground to be a model and get ideas from is the Foster Park Playground in Rolleston. It's well planned, spacious and all-inclusive for wheelchairs, pushchairs, etc. We need our playground to be more user-friendly across all age groups and abilities. An area as part of an overall plan needs to cater for all the preschoolers as well. All the wooden edges and all the bark chip which gets scattered everywhere needs to be removed and replaced with colourful and patterned rubber new mat. I strongly recommend the appropriate council staff, along with some litter-free Ashburton volunteers, visit Foster Park, Rolleston, to have a look at what's on offer, and this would then involve our local community and have a say and keep the community involved as part of the decision making. And I think that's a very important point. Grants could then be looked at from the Lions example, and it would be a welcome asset for Ashburton. You could look at the nationwide company Creo Playground Design and Build, and they were involved in the Timaru Caroline Bay playground. Page 4. Reserves and open spaces are essential in every town and village, but they must continue to be well maintained and frequently inspected to check for any damage that may occur for irresponsible behaviour, which I think that's pretty well covered anyway. Page 5. Do not support freedom camping. Use the registered camping grounds. Page 6. Don't fill buildings and structures. Keep it as a reserve. Some reserves will need toilet facilities, but not all. Do not overdo fencing. It's important to have some for safety reasons. The kiosk on State Highway 1, opposite the racecourse, has a broken fence from the weight of the tree branches before they were limbed up. Serious safety issues here with the speed of the around the trains passing through at 80 k's. Children are impulsive and run to see the train with no protection as a serious accident is waiting to happen. It's not a big job. Replace a few broken fence posts and reattach the existing wire, and the job's done. Litter-free Ashburton volunteers strongly support this job to be addressed. Page 7, number 1. As long as the public are consulted and not just one group having all the say. That's a naming of reserves. And number 4 on the same page, no encroachments onto reserves. page 8, we're looking at the kiosk on State Highway 1 opposite the racecourse up as far as Works Road. This area has had a huge problem with illegal dumping over the years, but work done by the council open spaces on limbing up of the trees has improved the area with less illegal dumping. Our latest pickup was a sawn-off shotgun, so it's amazing what we do find up there. The limbing up of the trees, including the ones on the boundary of the railway, needs to be finished and cleared away from the kiosk right up to Works Road. This is an area litter-free Ashburton consistently work on to keep the approach to Ashburton litter-free. We want the east side of the highway to look well kept as the west side of the highway, and with the planting of spring bulbs on both sides of the highway will be a good welcome, and welcome to Ashburton signs will show we pride ourselves in having a beautiful town. We need to talk up Ashburton more. Welcome to Ashburton signs, north and south of Ashburton, must go out to the public for consultation, not just to the council staff and councillors. The sign should represent Ashburton as a farming district. We do not approve of the signage that the council staff are looking at. Our welcome signs must be a talking point and provide opportunities for tourists and locals to take photos. And note well, all towns around New Zealand have very noticeable signs of welcome. It puts the town on the map for tourism. Litter-free Ashburton volunteers, the Lions, Grey Power and senior citizens have all discussed the type of designs that is included in this submission. None of the said groups were in favour of the previous design chosen by council. We need to shop local, and that would happen by getting it done locally, is what the council advocate, and this is what we are asking for. Listen to the community. We can get funding from Tourism New Zealand and infrastructure, and that's the sign that we were looking at.
Thanks, Bev. We might go to some questions now, if you're okay.
No.
You don't. You still got more, or you don't want questions?
I don't mind.
Okay. Can I first up say, once again, from all of us, thank you so much for all the work you and your team at Litter Free do. You're doing an amazing job, and we really do appreciate the whole community, so thank you again. One question from me. The Domain Playground, whenever I go past, Bev, it always seems to be well used. Can we afford a major upgrade right now, or is that a nice to have, or is that an essential?
I think it's an essential. I think we need to provide things like that for our community, and also for the teenagers. There's nothing much for the teenagers in Ashburton, but the Domain Playground is a very good area that it's got the space that could be utilised more. And I think we need to, I mean, when you look online and that, you see all the playgrounds around the country have had a real makeover, and we need to sort of upgrade ours a bit. You have to find the funding, you have to get it from somewhere.
Thank you. Councillor McMillan.
I think my light's working now. We tap, so it's working now. Morning, Bev. The welcome to Ashburton signs. So, I mean, we've obviously discussed it quite a bit at council. We've had your design presented to us. I think this is probably the second time I've seen it. How do you think it should be funded? Should it be funded by council, or do you think it should just be organised by some groups that you mentioned to put a sign up to welcome the district?
Yes, I think it should be both. I think the council should provide some money towards it, and I think it should look for funding perhaps from the Lions or whoever to get it done. We've been talking about this welcome sign since I started the litter group, which is 6 years ago, and still nothing's happened. So we need to get some action. We need to get it up and running.
Thank you.
And it's a talking point too. People stop and take photos. That kiosk area now is so well used now, more so than it ever was, because of the open spaces work that they've done there, tidying it all up. People will stop there, they'll have a cup of coffee or whatever, and you see them all the time in there. They'll walk over, have a photo taken. It talks about Ashburton. Welcome to Ashburton. And we need to talk up Ashburton as well. We're not doing enough about Ashburton, the name Ashburton. We talk about Mid-Canterbury. We don't talk enough about Ashburton. What's happening in Ashburton?
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Bev, and totally hear your words and support that position. But my question relates to as long as we maintain reserves and open spaces. You made that comment in your submission. Do you have any knowledge of reserves and open spaces where you feel are not maintained?
No, not really. I think open spaces are doing a good job.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's my question.
Thank you. Councillor Lovett.
Just going back to your sign here, welcome to Ashburton, are you visualising that to be near that kiosk and the big animals in it quite big for people to sit on and get, you talk about getting photos done, you envision those quite tall that children and people could sit on to get photos done there as a talking point for the town?
We're looking at both ends of the town and having them where the service signs are, north and south, that, the Lions and Rotary and all those big signs there within the town boundary, and life-size, but not that they would be sitting on them. One idea was that the animals would be made out of metal and, put there either side of the welcome sign and perhaps lit up. The writing, welcome to Ashburton, would be lit up at the back. That's another idea that's come to mind. And it would be a real visual thing. Yeah.
Thank you. Just had another question. You're doing a fantastic job with the litter. Do you feel some litter signage would help? Because we don't have signage now. Do you think that would help the situation? Don't drop litter signs around.
Yes, it would, but you'll still get those people that toss out litter, no matter what you do, whether you put signs up or not. It's always an ongoing problem. But I think more advertising, perhaps over the radio and things like that would help as well. We just need to keep the place tidy. Litter creates litter, and if we keep on top of it, then it gets less, hopefully, until the next time we have to go out.
Just a reminder, councillors, questions are to clarify matters raised in the submissions only. One final one from Councillor Todd.
Thanks, Chairman. Hey, Bev. The kiosk opposite the racecourse, I think, was originally built many years ago by, Ashburton JCs actually, and it was to allow businesses, cafes and accommodation places to promote themselves with. Obviously they've all gone now, and you've just got the structure there. Do we still need that structure?
I think so. I think it's a very well-used area, more so now than it was a few years ago. You always see people parking there and having a coffee, but I think there could be perhaps more information there. There is an information board just as you drive in, but to me, it's in the wrong place as you drive in off the state highway. It needs to be up where people park and they get out of their cars and sort of wander around. Down at the end, at the entrance, I think is a bit far away. I think it could be resited. But it's the Lions actually that did all that, and I got in touch with Roger Patterson about tidying up that kiosk area, and he himself did it, and we got it all nice and tidy, and they took piece of the pole off the top just to make it look right, and made it like a pencil so that the rain wouldn't destroy, get into the wood and destroy it. But he's done a lot of work up there.
Thank you, Bev. Thank you so much for popping in, talking to your submission. We appreciate your time. We'll be talking about this afternoon.
Will you?
Indeed
Good.
we will, yes.
Right.
Keep up the good work with you and the team.
All right. Thank
see
you for
ya.
the opportunity to speak to you all.
Welcome.
We look for some positive results. Good. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, okay, you can leave that, Dave will make use of it. And welcome up Dave Eddington next. Booklet 1, pages 15 to 34. Nice to see you, Dave.
Hi, Doc. Good morning, everybody.
Dave, the usual story is 5 minutes for you to talk to your submission around about, and then we'll have some questions after that from the councillors. The floor's yours.
Is this alive now?
It is
Oh, yeah.
indeed.
That's good. I wish to present my submission to the draft reserve management plan. In Rakaia, there's been a lot of local talk regarding a children's playground on the east side, avoiding children needing to cross State Highway 1 to access a playground. My thoughts are that the 2.2 hectare block of land on Michael Street be rezoned as housing. Just have a look at plan 1 on the map, which we'll come to later. This would add great value to the town's future. Subdividing this area would allow for 25 to 30 affordable family homes with lots of obvious benefits to the town, i.e. the school, preschools, retail, sports clubs, etc. There are 2 options on the eastern boundary, see plans 2 and 3. Either could be rezoned as a reserve. This plan would also help tidy up both parcels. This plan would also help tidy up both parcels of land and make for an attractive entrance to Rakaia from the east. The Michael Street block has been leased and is usually in an untidy, poorly managed parcel of land. So we go through the document of this submission and see if we can have a win-win for the town of Rakaia. So if I can refer you to, you'll have a copy of that, okay. So if we can flick through that. 01, rezone Michael Street, reserve 5 acres or 22,000 square metres, rezoned to residential. Rezone Burrows Road, Rakaia, approximately 5 acres in total, and rezone that to reserve, currently freehold. So problems versus solutions, the housing development playground facilities for the east of Rakaia, exchange Michael Street Reserve with Burrows Road area as a replacement reserve. Potential housing, residential housing area, this land currently zoned as reserve has the potential to be valuable as a residential housing area. This could also provide additional housing for the township where there is a shortage is imminent. A lack of resources and facilities on the eastern side of Rakaia with the huge state highway barrier between the 2 sides and a significant safety issue for access to the western side for those on the east. Rezoning Michael Street and turning it into a residential development could provide for additional housing for the town. Removing the reserve to Burrows Road, a less productive corner of the east, from the proceeds of the development of Michael Street Reserve would provide facilities for those living on the eastern side of Rakaia, while it will also tidy up those 2 areas of town. So if we go to the Michael Street Reserve, subdivided into approximately 25 700 square metre sections, which should probably leave a total land area of 1,750 square metres to be built on, which would obviously boost the rates intake for the for the council over the years. Caveats on construction and fencing would want to be considered. All services, power, water, sewage are available from adjoining streets. You'll note that I'm thinking of a one-way in and out street with a roundabout at the bottom end as a stormwater basin. Problems versus solutions. We rezoned Burrows Road equivalent area maps 2 and 3, which is there. I think you can follow that, can you?
Yeah.
2 and 3. Can I just point out, number 3 is actually in the little triangle of Acton Street and Burrows Road. Acton Road, sorry, and Burrows Road. The 3 got sort of jumped over the fence here somehow. So, rezone as reserve for the eastern side playground facilities. The alternative reserve, maps 2 and 3 would provide for children's playground for those living on the east side. It would also tidy up the eastern entrance to the town. The benefits of Rakaia, which I've mentioned a few of them, would be pretty obvious. This plan should be cost equal with a profit to the council. Current developments in Rakaia, there's a couple of developments going on at the moment. On West Town Belt, Eliza Way, which is actually called Riverstone. It's a new subdivision of about 17 large sections, and those are all but full. I know there's a new construction on one now, so it almost completely fills that up. That's on the western side development beside the domain. The Waterford subdivision next door, still on West Town Belt, has just opened to the market with 18 450 to 560 square metre sections. Both of these new completed developments on the west side of Rakaia. The marketing started on that second one I mentioned, which is Waterford. So that's looking pretty smart, and smaller size sections, and I think there'll be a good demand for that. I think there's already one building company looking at putting a show home on there, which I think is a good idea, and starts the marketing process. So the potential Michael Street subdivision, after the red tape is worked through, the Michael Street subdivision will give the town a much needed boost for affordable housing options. It will also balance out the eastern side with housing development facilities for the children of those on the east, removing that State Highway 1 barrier. Thank you. That's my submission, if you like.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, we'll go to questions. Councillor McMillan first up.
Thank you. Morning, Dave. The areas that you're looking at rezoning, so do you know what they're zoned as at the moment? That triangle and that bigger section?
I understand those two are freehold. That's plan 2 and 3. I understand they are freehold. And plan 1 is zone reserve.
Okay.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you. Dave, I like your plans. You're thinking outside squared. It is good. Just one question I've got. With a 50k zone through town to Rakaia, is it easier to go from east to west?
It slowed the traffic down, but the volume's still there. There's been different ideas how to fix that. Underpass, can't see that working personally. A traffic light would be ideal. Fortunately, the school children at the moment get bused from the east side to the west, to the school on the west. So that makes it a bit easier for them, but it's a bit of a lottery still. There's a pedestrian refuge, I think, in the middle, which no one would use when it was 70 k's, but it probably gets a little bit more use, but people have to walk the length of Bridge Street, State Highway 1 to get to that refuge, and it's only a refuge. You know, you're standing there taking the life in your hands.
Yeah, thank you for that.
One from me, Dave. Do you think an east side development or subdivision would sell as well as west side? in Rakai? Is there any west versus east?
Yeah, I think so. As I've tried to explain, those two new subdivisions up there, one sold. There's only, I think, 2 sections left. That's the bigger ones. The other ones just hit the market now. Not sure how that's going, but obviously that'll tick off over a period of time. This plan, obviously, there'll be some red tape to jump through, so it's going to take time to implement. But it's the only other option we've got left in town, especially as a subdivision. There's the odd section, but they're very odd. A lot of infills going on now. We're putting another house in behind another one, so
Yeah.
we're pretty much chocker.
Yeah. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Dave, for your submission. Well done. This land you're talking about for housing is reserve, and the reserve board, Domain Reserve Board, look after it now. Have you had any discussions with them on your proposal? No. That's okay. The other one is the cost, this new subdivision that's happening now and just going to the market. How much of those sections do you know that's priced at?
Sorry, say.
The sections that are in the new subdivision that's being done,
Yep.
what's the pricing of those, do you know?
Well, the smaller one, I'm just going to refer to that myself. Waterford, is it?
The Waterford, yeah.
Yeah. There's land in, at the moment there's one building company advertising land and build packages starting at about 265. Sorry, 650. 650, sorry. Yeah.
Right, okay. And if it was on the east side of Rakai, if that's not as desirable, it might make it more affordable for affordable housing if that sections are a wee bit cheaper, because if it's not on the desirable side, and I don't know if Rakai has a desirable side or not, but just a comment. Yeah, thanks for your submission, Dave. Well done. I like it.
Okay, that's the end of the questions. Dave, thanks for popping in and talking to your submission. Appreciate it. And we'll be deliberating this afternoon.
Yep, thank you very much, all of you, for the chance. Thank you.
Cheers, Dave. Yeah, Ethel's due in at 10 o'clock. We do have Alan Knowles waiting in the online lobby. Alan, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yep. Would you like to be bumped up the batting order a wee bit
Can do. Yes, sure.
and talk to your submission now if you wish? We can give you a minute or two to get yourself organised.
Okay. Somehow I've got to share photographs with you. I'll need some advice on how to do that.
Booklet 2, page 36. Booklet 2.
Right. How do I do share photos? Share. There we go.
Yeah, we've got
Share
those coming
screen.
up.
Can you? Oh, you can. Okay, you can see. I can see. All right.
Yeah.
We'll go now. I think I can't see what I can see now. Oh, there we are. Okay.
So,
all right.
Alan, just before you start, it's normally
Yep.
5 minutes to talk to your submission, and then we'll take some questions after that.
Thank you.
So the floor's yours.
All right. I want to rattle through these pictures quite quickly, but Lake Camp to me is the scenic equivalent of Milford Sounds Motor Peak, the tree in Lake Wanaka, Mount Cook over Hooker Lake, the Remarkables. In Canterbury, this is the go-to site for photographers. It really is a pretty little lake. Now, how do I change the how do I change? Oh, there you go.
Yep.
What we do there is we water ski, we picnic under the willows, we go boating, all sorts of stuff. Next one, we skate on it in winter. This is a picture taken in winter. Lovely ice to skate. We could see through it. It's not as clear as it used to be, but it's still clear enough to see perch. Okay, next one. We swim, we boat. This is a scout group up there with their boats, just enjoying the lake. Next one. We care. The hut holders, I'm speaking on behalf of Caroline Marks and myself. We are hut holders. We really care. We regard ourselves as the tangata whenua of the area. And we are here out in a paddock just directly east of Lake Camp, pulling up wilding pines in Mount Hecatory Station. So quite often teams of hut holders get together and do stuff. The next one is here we are planting the plots around Lake Camp. These are all voluntary locals who are looking after the area. Next one, we also man the fire brigade, and some of us in the next one, here we are chairing your committee for making the right decision. And thank you very much for listening to what I've got to say. We also watch the Crusaders, and this is a Crusaders game going on there. And they won. Now, next one is here we are at Lake Camp, taken this summer, level right down, and which you probably know all about that. Now, lake at my feet, the next picture is the next photograph is of at my feet. These tiny little dots are kakahi, the juvenile kakahi. And you can see my boot there as a scale. They've been there a long time. I think the grass has grown around them. They're very old, but this is the point of me talking to you now. And the next photograph is the last one I'll show you. This is an adult kakahi, an adult freshwater mussel that died in the drought this summer. This is a photograph taken at Lake Emma. But and this is quite a large mussel, but the clearwater mussels are much smaller. Now, as you probably know, but I'll tell you again, mussels are a filtration system and they purify the lake water. And Lake Camp has a population sufficient to filter the entire lake volume probably in less than a day. Of course, they don't filter all of the water. They will be refiltering water that they've expelled. And it goes round and round unless there's a big churn in the lake. But one of the reasons that the lake is so clear is that there's a big population there. I think the last time I spoke to you, I sent you down this paper by Burton and others who looked at the population in all of the Ashburton lakes. And one mussel can filter 26 litres in the day. And but the trouble with Lake Camp is there are no juveniles. So the population reproduction has been arrested. And these are long-lived animals, and they live to 50 years or more. And so I'm surmising that because of the perch in the lake, all of the bullies, which are essential for the life cycle to be completed for the mussels. All of the bullies have disappeared. They've all been eaten by the perch. And maybe I can remember back in the 70s, there were little black bullies everywhere. I was fishing, so I suspect maybe trout don't completely decimate the bully population, but I've watched the perch in really big schools going in the shallows, and the way they hunt is that no bully could possibly escape them. The small perch are right in the shallows in 2 or 3 inches of water, bigger perch further out, and then bigger perch further out again. So I am surmising, but I haven't got absolute scientific proof, but I'm surprising that the perch have been the cause of, or one of the major causes of the eutrophication of Lake Emma and Lake Clearwater, because they have decimated the filtration system. So whether we manage to fill up the lake again, I'm all for, and Carolyn and I are all for looking after the quality of the lake, which means protecting the mussels. And this brings me to number 5 in your clauses that you're investigating, is allowing a group to set up camp, a designated camping area around Lake Camp, so that they can plunder the mussels. Now this would really bring on, if we follow Lake Emma and Lake Clearwater, really bring on the eutrophication of Lake Camp. It hasn't got runoff from the lake, the farmland around, because it's not top dressed. But if the mussels die, which they will do if the populations aren't husbanded, then it'll turn into a eutrophied lake as well, which will make it not very good for any kind of amenity, really. It's such a small lake. So I mean, I'm predicting, and I'd like you to think about it, that Lake Camp is going to turn jelly yellow green. That's the colour of Lake Clearwater at the moment, and Lake Emma. And I think Lake Emma has flipped again for the 3rd time this summer, or last summer. So when you're considering allowing our whenua to set up their sitting places for gathering mahanga kai, we are strongly opposed to that. And if you can do anything to protect the mussels, we would be very grateful. Just by allowing any group, I'm not being racist about this, any group who wanted to set up a specific dedicated area around tiny little Lake Camp for their own use and for plundering the shellfish, I would be strongly against it. So that's probably what I have to say to you.
Great, that's great, Alan. Thank you for that. We'll take some questions from councillors. Councillor Brown.
Good morning, Eben. How are you? It's good listening to you, but one question I've got, you talked about the mussels, and the mussels in Lake Emma seem to be bigger than the ones at Lake Camp. Can you tell me why?
They are in a very tiny little lagoon on the side of Lake Emma, which has dried out. They'll be very, very old. They'll be, big old adult mussels who've found a small area that suits them. It's in a very shallow lagoon, and probably, and there's no little mussels there. And I picked up 40 live mussels that have been in that cracked up, dried lagoon and released them in the lake before they died in the drought. So I The Burton and Co. in their report have found very much smaller populations of mussels in the lake itself, especially compared to the population of mussels in Lake Kemp.
Thank you.
Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Alan, for your submission. If the water, as your submission suggests, comes from the Belmacan stream and goes into Lake Kemp, if that water did not go into Lake Kemp, where would the Belmacan stream end up? The water in it.
Oh, it created a new watercourse and went down into the aerodrome paddock, but it will eventually go off down into Lake Roundabout through the swamps to the west of Lake Roundabout, and from Roundabout then into Lake Emma.
So there hasn't been any water coming out of the Belmacan for several years because of the intake was washed out. So it's been.
Oh, that's not true. Oh, that's not true. No. There's flow. The flow crosses the bike track, and there's always water in it, and that's well down below the weir.
Yeah, okay. So the Lake Emma, the photo we see up on the screen now with Lake Emma and the mussel that's dead, the Belmacan has been making its way there. So if you diverted water from Belmacan into Lake Kemp, then Lake Emma would suffer even further, and you get more of the photos you've got there now, because there'll be less water in it.
This summer's been a really odd one. It's been a big drought, and the outlet to Lake Emma dried up. So there was no outlet to Emma. You just bike through that on gravel. Usually, nearly all the time, there is flow in that outlet stream. So all of the water in Belmacan has been going down into Lake Roundabout, which has a good level, it's maintained its level, but there hasn't been enough flow into Emma for that water to flush through and out the outlet.
And how could we solve that?
Well, you may not be able to.
Correct.
Because there just may not be enough water. What's happened this summer is the Clyde River dried up. I've never seen it dried up. That's a big tributary to the Rangitata. So we've had a very unusual drought this summer, quite serious. But we can try. Eventually the water, well, it can, when it's high in Lake Kemp, it flows out through the willows at the eastern end into the paddock and then down through the paddock to Lake Roundabout and into Lake Emma.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Hi, Alan. I don't know if you had watched or came along to the workshop that we had on Lake Kemp a couple of weeks ago, but we were told that there is quite a large population of mussels sort of deep in Lake Kemp. And we talked about studies done or counting of the mussels. Do you know when the last counting of the mussels was done at Lake Kemp and Lake Emma?
2022.
So that recent.
It was a NIWA funded research, and 2 sites were sampled at Lake Kemp. They got up to 390 mussels per square metre. This is 14 metres down in Lake Kemp. So they did all the lakes: Clearwater, Murray Lakes, Lake Heron, Emma, Emily, Clearwater, Kemp.
And did that show a decrease in the 390 per square metres? Sounds not bad.
Yeah.
So the population is okay in Lake Kemp, or?
At the moment it is, but it's it's not replenishing itself. So it could go for another 50 years and then bang, there'll be no mussels left. And what's happened to the mussels in Lake Clearwater? And in the 70s, I remember, or in the 80s, boating on Lake Clearwater and seeing huge shoals of perch. But you never see them now. Of course, it's too murky to see through into them. I have seen them on Lake Emma in the last 3 years. I've seen them in Lake Camp, and skating on Lake Camp in the winter we could see the perch. But we need to act now to try and work out how to induce the existing population to breed.
Thank you.
Alan, thank you so much for talking to your submission. Oh, we've got one last quick question from Councillor Todd.
Thank you very much. ECAN and the hydrologist that was in the paper, the Guardian, the other day, their stance on Lake Camp is to do nothing, let nature take its course. Do you believe that is the right action to take, or should we be interfering with nature and trying to divert any water, some water, into Lake Camp?
Yes, I saw Dr. War's press release in the paper. Yeah, I mean, that might be what we have to do, but we could try and reinstate some flow into Lake Camp. It can be done quite easily with a pipe. I've been involved in many backcountry huts and putting in water systems for them in the Tarra Tramping Club and the Alpine Club, and you don't need a big concrete weir to do it. You can just take a takeoff in a pipe and run that down towards Lake Camp, which could help. But yeah, Mr. Wall might be right. It's a difficult one. There's terrific amenity in Lake Camp to be cared for. It's a little jewel, and it's under threat. So just getting a flow of water into the lake. There is little creeks that run into Lake Camp, but it's not enough to keep the level up.
Thank you, Alan. Appreciate your time. Thanks for your submission, and we'll be discussing in depth this afternoon.
Okay, can I stay online just to watch the next person?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Is that Ethel at the back of the room? Yep. Ethel, if you'd like to come up.
Hello, good morning. Athel Price is my name. I'm a farmer from Montalto, the other side of Mayfield, and my interest is that my family have always enjoyed going to Lake Camp. We go up there probably 3 times a year, and although we don't have a motorboat or water ski, we enjoy the lake, and I think it would be a great shame if the lake were allowed to deteriorate and disappear. In the 1960s, the Balmacan stream was diverted, and people started using the lake for water sports and motorboating, and it's the only place in Canterbury where you're allowed to go and use a motorboat, excluding Lake Hood, but of course Lake Hood was developed long after the 1960s, and the council, Ashburton Council, have developed the facilities for camping boat launching and rubbish collection and all that sort of thing. So the council have invested a lot in Lake Camp, and as I say, it is a place where a great many people from this town and the surrounding district go up and enjoy recreation in the summertime, and the falling levels in the lake will gradually get worse without the flow of water from Balmacan stream going into the lake once again. In 1989, a consent was required to keep the diversion of Balmacan stream into Lake Camp, and Fish and Game used their influence to apply for the consent, and they held the consent until 2020, when they decided to give it up and put their resources into other things, and building their new palace out in out on the airport road, so I think this is a great shame, and I think that Ashburton Council should use their efforts to apply to ECAN and DOC and get another reinstate the consent, because without the water from Balmacan going into Lake Camp, the lake is still likely to continue dropping until it will no longer be a place that people will enjoy visiting. Understand that you had a hydrologist here a couple of weeks ago, Dr. John Waugh, and in his wisdom, and I'm sure it was wisdom, he suggested doing nothing. But I couldn't agree with that, really, because this is a human priority. It's a major recreational area for people to go and use, and I believe that the council should apply for these consents. Okay.
Thanks, Ethel. We'll just take some questions if there's any from councillors. Mayor Brown.
I do have one. Thanks for your submission. I thought it was great. If council was to apply for a consent, and we might be hearing there's be some opposition to it from certain parties, how much do you think we should spend of ratepayers' money to get a consent? Just get a consent at any cost, or would you have a dollar figure you think we should not go past to spend to get a consent?
I think it's such an important issue for the people in the county that that the council should use their best efforts to get this consent, and the actual work of reinstating the stream and removing the slip is pretty minimal. I mean, a good contractor would remove it in a day. So the consents are always expensive and unnecessarily so. But I don't think that it's reasonable, obviously, to go and spend hundreds of thousands. But I do think it's necessary to use your best efforts to get that consent.
So tens of thousands would be acceptable.
Tens of thousands rather than hundreds of thousands.
Thank
yes.
you. Yep. Great.
Looks like that's it for the questions, Ethel. Thank you so much for popping in and talking to your submission. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
I see Rob's at the back of the room. Did we want to, do you want to come up and talk to your submission now, Rob, or you? I think we're okay for morning tea. Well, we can listen to you. Normally around about 5 minutes for your talking to the submission, and then some questions after that. So the floor's yours when you're ready. Just push that right button, Rob.
Right, thank you. Yeah, look, good morning all, and yeah, thanks for having you run in today. Appreciate it. Just for a bit of clarity, this is a personal submission, not a community trust one. I had a few IT issues that night, and just wanted to make sure I got this through. Look, I'm aware that this review is on all council reserves, but it's pretty clear my focus is on Lake Camp. But I've got a few comments that I think apply equally to other reserves in the district. I think firstly I'd like to thank you for holding that workshop a couple of weeks back. I'm not sure I agree with some of the information that was presented, but it certainly showed that the council was interested in understanding the issues and what options are available. And you know, I understand several of you have been up and had a look around, which is great as well. So I want to thank you for that. I guess my wide view is that regardless of the reserve or the asset, I mean, attention needs to be given to the users of these areas and supporting them, and ensuring that these council reserves are there to be enjoyed by everybody. Shutting out users and having reserves that can't be enjoyed isn't helpful. And it doesn't matter the reserve. You'll always have users there who do most of the work. I mean, in the case of Lake Camp, you've got many users, both local, further afield. There's families of visitors up there. They're water skiing, fishing, hunting, tramping. There's a growing number of runners, cyclists, and there's a lot of environmental groups up there lately, you know, clearing wilding pines and planting. All these groups have a vested interest in this area. And I understand that this is a council reserve, but it's the users that do a lot of the work up there. We were up there at Easter planting trees. You're regularly picking up rubbish. There's the installation of the fire protection work up there, driven by a number of the hut holders. I'm often driving around the lake with kids pointing out wilding pines and clearing them up there. These sort of things don't happen if the users can't enjoy the area. And I know it's a balancing act, but it's important to support these groups. Otherwise, you risk a situation where people stop using the area. And I guess that's the point at which the council has to step up, pick up the time and the cost associated with looking after the area with the few remaining interested parties. In the case of Lake Camp, let's support these lake users. The people that are making the submissions, they've taken the time to look after the space, and now it's really time for the council to take some time to support these users. They've shown a passion for looking after the Lake Camp area, and certainly I feel they've done a good job. And I don't want to repeat myself from the initial submission, but there's a couple of key policies there. Protecting the water quality of the lake and ensuring recreational activities can be carried out safely. And at present, it doesn't appear that this is happening effectively in Lake Camp. And I know this isn't solely a job for the Ashburton Council, but someone needs to step in, and sometimes it takes banging a few heads together to get a result. And I think that's the part the council's got to play here. I won't comment too much on the time and money that we would spend on a lizard survey to get a digger up there. I think we've all got our views on that. And I know we're not here for me to ask questions, but there's a couple I asked in my initial submission which I think you need to consider and certainly have answers to move forward. I mean, do you believe the water quality is fine at the moment and will continue to be so if water levels continue to drop? There's been a lot of talk about reduced rainfalls causing low lake levels. Is it merely a coincidence that when the water from the Balmacan stream stopped running into the lake, that water levels dropped noticeably and haven't recovered? And if we don't do anything and the water quality declines, how long will it take to make changes and raise the water level? I'd argue that this will take a number of years to turn around. If we waste another 12 months after no water in there for the last 3 years, how long does it take to make up that shortfall and turn the lake around? We see several other lakes, like Clearwater for example, where a lot of work's been done turning that lake around. It takes many, many years once we realise there's a problem or potentially find a solution before we actually see a result. By doing nothing, we risk leaving it far, far too long. So thank you. That's
That's
what I've
great.
got to say.
Thank you, Rob, and we'll take some questions now if there's any from councillors. Councillor McMillan?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Rob. Just a question, and it's kind of been mentioned a bit, but do you think Lake Emma will suffer if the Balmacana is diverted?
Partly. I mean, I think, and Alan mentioned it in his submission earlier, the water when it flows into Lake Kemp continues to flow, gravity, it flows downhill down towards Lake Roundabout and Lake Emma. It'll find its way through. Yeah, sure, we might lose some on the way through, but I don't think it'll have as bigger impact as it suggested it might.
Councillor Cameron?
Thank you for your submission. We had, as you know, we had that workshop a couple of weeks ago, and the feeling was that if the Balmacan, if the take was reinstated and the consent was achieved, that wouldn't resolve, there wasn't enough water in there to resolve the concerns around Lake Kemp. Do you have a view on that?
Yeah, two parts to that. I mean, firstly, any water is better than no water. I think it's going to help. But I think the other thing about a lot of these backcountry streams is that they fluctuate. When the snow melts, we get higher levels of water. We're seeing it in the Ashburton River at the moment, this time of the year. The river rises. By taking advantage of that floodwater, and I know it's a small stream up there, but when you get those higher flows, to take advantage of that and get it into the lake is going to be an advantage. If we just worry about what happens in the dry periods, it probably won't make a lot of difference for, maybe 9 or 10 months of the year.
Thank you.
Light, please. Councillor Mackle?
Thank you. Rob, thank you. And you definitely have no argument from me from your submission. The taking of the water from the Balmacane isn't going to be a new issue. It's been happening for 56 years. In your view, and been in this district for some time, have you noticed over those years, has there been any negative effect on Lake Emma for the taking of that water for Lake Kemp?
No. To be fair, the worst conditions I've seen in Lake Emma are probably the last 2 years when the water hasn't been flowing through. The quality and the clarity of the water there has been terrible the last 2 years, to the point where we probably fished there maybe 2 days at most last year. You just simply can't see into the water there at the moment. Whereas 4 or 5 years ago, it was great.
Thank you.
And Councillor Brown?
Thank you. Rob, just a question with the creek, if we put it back in, how much time, or not the time, how long or how many months is it running, coming into the lake? Because on the moment there's nothing there.
No, there's no. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, and I think like most of those rivers, the levels fluctuate. You're not going to divert water when there's a trickle there in the middle of summer. No, I can't. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it, Rob. Thank you for your time talking to your submission. We'll be discussing things in depth this afternoon. So
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Councillors, well done. We'll take a break and have a cup of coffee. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back to the Reserve Management Plan hearings, and we'd like to welcome Brett next. Come on up, mate. As I mentioned, Brett, around about 5 minutes to talk to your submission, and then we'll take some questions. So just fire that mic up and floor's yours.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. Do you want an introduction to who I am or anything, or just
Go on, yep.
rightio? So, proud Mid Canterbury sort of local, very sort of passionate salmon and trout fisherman, passionate about sort of rivers and our waterways around the district. I have my own business, Outdoor Access, where we sort of live stream rivers and waterways sort of around Canterbury. And that's just really to encourage people to get out and about and sort of enjoy what we have. I work in the agricultural industry. I've been doing that for about 17 years, and actually just last night just arrived back from China after selling some New Zealand products overseas, so I'm not too tired, I'm ready to go. And I must point out that I am married to a farmer, so anything I do say must be approved by her, so. I just want to talk about Lake Camp, which has been pretty sort of hot by the community in the last sort of few months with everything that's been going on. And I'll just start off with, I'm in that stage of my life where I have a young family, and so we sort of tow the caravan around the district anywhere we can go. And just Christmas and New Year, spent the time up at Lake by the amount of families up there, boaties, and just really enjoying the sort of gem that we have up here in Mid Canterbury. And so it means a lot to the community, and I just want to talk about the sort of structural pillars of how you guys are involved, particularly in the environment. And I completely understand why we have these processes in place. We can't just have Barry on his bulldozer sort of rocking up there and doing what he wants. But the same structural pillars aren't designed to shut the community out. There's a voice, a very loud voice, that wants action on Lake Camp, and there's a solution there. And maybe just some reminders that situations like some of you guys involved in council, upset with or sort of tired of the process of how long things take, whereas we can just get on and do things. So, and just recently saw the the report from sort of John Moore talking about about doing nothing. I do agree with that. But still to the point that we're just encouraged so often by sort of local and regional councils about really protecting our waterways, and here we have an opportunity to do so. And on that, I mean, this has been happening for 55 years with a diversion in place. So with John's recommendations, is it the case that we've been acting illegally for the last 55 years and we haven't been enhancing the environment up there? That's probably a question that needs to be looked at. Just quickly, again, just shutting the community out. There's a strong voice that really wants action on Lake Camp. We know it's been dry, and I have no doubt that even with having the stream flowing, the lake would still be low, but it's just giving that helping hand. Sort of my recommendations that I would like to sort of see is, we all get up there, we agree to divert water back into Lake Camp to give it this opportunity, and a consent is granted to the community, whether it's ADC that holds it, but it's a community consent. It's all for the for the greater good of what everyone wants. When it comes to the work, we have locals ready to put their hand up, their own time, their own money, and just whether ECAN, DOC, ADC actually go up there when the work's physically being done and just let it happen. Another point of sort of just ignoring this whole situation and shutting people out is you just lose that piece of respect just little by little. So again, you go up there Christmas, New Year, there was families everywhere. There wasn't a single piece of rubbish left by anyone. Everyone sort of done their stuff, packed up tidily. If you sort of turn your back on the community, we just lose that respect. You know, it takes one piece of rubbish to just be left there, and just little by little, you just end up losing that gem that we have up there. So that's basically where I'm at. So please, any questions?
Thanks, Brett. Righto, we'll go to some questions. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Morning, Brett. I know with your business you have cameras set up around different rivers. I think my son is a subscriber.
Oh, thank you.
But do you have any cameras set up around the Lake Clearwater area, and have you noticed sort of what the levels have been doing, or the streams, or anything up there?
No, we don't have any cameras, but I would like to talk to you about that, but probably on a different day. But just, I mean, I've spent my life up there, you know, like I do a lot of the sort of spawn counts up the, whether it's on Lake Clearwater with the trout, that's up the back of the Rangitata. Yes, I spend a lot of time up there, and I've never seen it this low. I mean, at the same time, you know, I understand it's been dry, like very dry. I know the rivers and the water system sort of inside out, and you know, you've seen the situation with the Green Street Creek this year. Yeah.
Okay, just another question, if that's right. When I was up there looking at the Belmacam, we did see some sort of camera or something. Do you know what that would be monitoring?
No.
Councillor Mackle.
Thank you, Brett. It's been mentioned that this process has really been driven from the hut holders, and it probably at a core it probably has. In your opinion, in the wider Mid-Canterbury, etc., how much interest do you believe would be from other community members for this to actually happen, for this diversion to be reinstated?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. I think you probably have the whole of Mid-Canterbury on your side with this. I mean, as you guys know, especially with these processes, it just takes up a lot of time, and people, you know, say they're interested but probably don't have the time to put their hand up and come forward. So, but going ahead with it, you'd have the whole support of Mid-Canterbury.
Thank you.
Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Phil. Welcome, Brett. Thanks for your submission. Fish and Game didn't see any value in holding that consent, and they let it go.
Yeah, understand that.
Yeah, which you're a member of. So they didn't even support the locals, because they said to us they get very little revenue out of it, and they go where the biggest dollars are.
Yeah. Can I just?
Yeah.
So, I mean, on that, I mean, Fish and Game are completely funded by licence holders, and so with them, it just would have been a cost analysis. Like, there's just no benefit. They just basically don't have the money to do it. So
they told us that.
Yeah.
And then the community parts of it want to get a consent so they can divert the Belmacam and fill the lake up, etc. And my question to you is, some people say ADC should hold that consent, or get that consent and hold it. What do you think we should, who do you think should hold the consent? Because I know everyone wants the consent, but no one wants to pay for getting it.
100%.
So who do you think should hold the consent?
Yeah, I don't think it really matters who holds the consent, but I think that you guys are really good guardians of the area, so it probably makes sense for you guys. What I don't comprehend is why there's something sort of so valuable and actually a really easy fix that has to cost someone sort of $20,000 or $30,000 just simply for a piece of paper. So again, we're encouraged to really help the environment. Here we are, we wanted to do it at a very low cost with I can't remember the guy's name, but with a digger who's actually willing to do it himself. So there shouldn't be a cost to this, a really simple solution. And
I think the physical works is not expensive. It's getting that piece of paper.
Yeah, but I mean,
the reports that will possibly be needed, and they could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, and take not 6 months or 3 months?
Yeah.
A lot of time.
Yeah, and that's just, again, where I respect the structural pillars, just not there and burying his bulldozer to go through and do something, but in this case, it just doesn't make sense whatsoever. This just wouldn't be acceptable in private business.
Yeah, thanks for that. Great.
Right, mate, I think that's it for the questions. Thanks for popping in and talking to your submission. Appreciate your time, and we will be talking about this in depth this afternoon.
Look forward to helping you put water back in the lake. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett. So Vanessa's there on Teams. She's waiting in the lobby there. Hi Vanessa, can you hear us okay there?
Yes, hi.
Normally 5 minutes to talk to your submission, and then we'll take some questions from the councillors. So if you're ready, we are.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, my understanding is I think everyone's got a copy of my submission and I don't necessarily have to read it. Is that correct?
That's correct, yep.
Yep, cool. Okay, so I just have a little bit more to add, really. So as the council has mentioned on the website, reserves do play an invaluable role in enhancing the quality of life in our community. It's an opportunity for recreation and social gathering. I would like to specifically discuss how this relates to Lake Kent. The council has already done an amazing job of developing freedom camping around the areas of Lake Kent. And as mentioned in my submission, thousands of people visit this space, particularly over the summer period. There's lots of different communities, tourists, youth groups, scouts, campers, etc., on top of the community of hut holders. I would just like to point out, as I get the impression that some people think it's primarily used by hut holders, however, I would argue that whenever I'm using the lake, it's actually more around 35% hut holders and the remainder may be members of the wider community. I don't know if the council actually kind of monitor those numbers or anything of users, but that would be interesting to know. Anyway, I would also like to note that as much as this plan is about setting up spaces for community in the area, it is also important to note that the community does help look after this space. There's lots of people that mow lawns, pick up rubbish and planting, as I've mentioned before. The importance of this area is invaluable, and it is backed up by the number of people making submissions and signing the petition. In order for the lake to be enjoyed safely, both recreationally and socially, to enhance the quality of life in the community, it does need to be at healthy recreational levels. As we're all aware, the water level at Lake Kemp is at its lowest point in memory. Possibly 2006 is close, but we can't confirm it's super low. Yes, we've had low rainfall over the country, but the difference with Lake Kemp is, I think I've sent the map to most of you, is that the catchment area is small, and without the diversion it can't fill up to healthy recreational levels. Now, I know obviously the zone committee got John, the retired hydrologist, in to talk about the diversion in the water, and he doesn't believe that the diversion is going to make that much difference. However, I have been doing a lot of reading, and there are other hydrologists and experts that clearly do think that it makes a difference. I've read several articles stating that without the diversion, the lake levels will drop. Some of the key ones being the report provided to Fish and Game when they were deciding on whether or not to keep the permit, the investigating officer's report completed when Fish and Game applied for the consent back in 2000, and even a fisheries advisory report from 1959. But to be honest, anyone just who pays a bit more attention to the lake would be able to tell you the same thing. The diversion being in place back in 2006 is what brought the lake back up to healthy recreational levels. John did also state that there will be periods when there won't be enough water in the stream to top up the lake, which I completely agree with. And as I had mentioned before, we need to be catching the water now, so it has a buffer for the summer months when the rainfall's low. So anyway, to bring it back to the reason for the consultation, in order for the plan to ensure the area is protected, maintained and enjoyed by everyone to its fullest, The diversion needs to be in place to keep the water level at a healthy recreational level. This will allow for safe recreational use for all users and prevent four-wheel drivers from driving around the lake. The boulders that you've taken from my dad's farm, I don't think are doing the job just at the moment. In order for this to happen, I would like to see quantity added to policy number 2 in relation to just Lake Camp. So continue to monitor the water quality and quantity, with some thought being put into what a realistically safe, healthy level is. And for the application and maintenance of the permit to divert water from the Balmacan stream to be included in policy 6. Finally, the council is currently doing your feasibility study on applying for the permit, which is great. I think it's clear to everyone, though, that this is unfortunately going to be a challenge due to various reasons, primarily policies currently in place. I think, unfortunately, this process is clearly pointing out how, in this situation, these policies are just wasting a lot of people's time and money. As it has been mentioned, the common sense of just looking at diversion and its effects for the last 60 years should be overriding all of this. The permit that was applied for 20 years ago has gone through this process with ECAM, with both DOC and Tangata Whenua stating they have no concerns at that point. It states it clearly in the permit that I have a copy of. So I'm really not sure what is practically changed. The one benefit of this craziness, though, is that it's brought a large community of people together that want to and can help. No one wants to see the council unnecessarily spend a lot of money. Anyway, what I want to reiterate before my time is up is that I have emailed the Mayor and some of the councillors with offers of setting up fundraising pages in Labour. So I would hate to see this offer not being taken into serious consideration and the decision being made to not put the diversion being put in place, because it was all too hard when we have a community of people that really want to help the council make this happen. So that's all I've really got to add for now. I hope that's around 5 minutes.
That's great.
Sorry,
Thank you.
time.
No, all good. Well done. We'll head to Mayor Brown first up.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. Thanks for your submission, Vanessa. I'm just looking at your submission, and you talk about Mahinga Kai and the Kakahi and
Yes.
being taonga, which is iwi related.
Yep.
And our whenua look after, have presence over our area here. Have you talked to them about a diversion of water into the lake and what their thoughts are?
I have talked to them. They sent me an email not so long ago, and basically they didn't actually talk about the freshwater mussels or anything to that effect, unfortunately. They talked about the fact that they were concerned about pollutants in the lake. I've gone back to them to ask them what they meant by that, but I have had no reply. I have also gone back to them with offers of help to lead projects or whatever they would like to do, but I've had no response since then.
Did you ask them their thoughts on diverting water from the Balmacan into Lake Camp? Did you ask that question of them? What did they?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I inadvertently did. They did say that they probably wouldn't support it, but that's when they were talking about the pollutants. So that's why I was trying to clarify with them.
Yeah.
But I believe they've met with you guys as well. Is that correct?
I've had a meeting with Arawhenua, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm sure you probably have had more discussion with them than I have. They haven't really engaged too much with me, unfortunately.
Councillor Mackle.
Thank you, Vanessa. You mentioned you had information from hydrologists that said that the diversion should be in place, etc. From the retired hydrologist the other day that said that it shouldn't. And with his history of employment, he has been employed by DOC, Catchment Board, which is now ECAN, etc. From the hydrologists that you have heard from, would they have more of an independent view of what should be happening rather than someone possibly that has a conflict of interest?
Yeah, and that's why I've done some more reading Councillor Mackie. I've actually drafted a report to send to all of you guys I'm just trying to get some more information from another person that worked with the catchment board for a long time as well. So I'm going to send you through the documents that I'm referring to that I've just talked to you about, so you can see, and obviously then you'll have names from various people. It doesn't go into full on into the science. They're kind of like it's the so it's the investigating officer from ECAN that did the investigation when the permit was applied for. I can't remember his name. And then there's another, I can't remember the name of the report from Fish and Game, but I'll send that through to you, and also the fisheries one from 1959. So you can delve into it a little bit further.
Thank you. A more independent view would be helpful.
Yeah, I agree.
Vanessa, question from me. The fundraising page that you talked about, you think you get good buy-in with that?
I'm pretty sure. I've had a lot of people approach me to say, can we put funds in to help somehow? Yeah. I mean, I haven't done it. I've been waiting for you guys basically to decide to go ahead. Or that's what Neil suggested, that I do wait until you guys had made your decision. But definitely the feel is I would get heaps of people. I mean, I think that's your voice, Phil, is it?
It is, yeah.
I can't see. Yeah, hi. So, I mean, even that interview you did with Tony and I think there's been 9,500 people view that now, which is quite a high rate. You know, I've got 2,000 odd people signed a petition. There's, I think, 200 plus people that have put in submissions for this management plan. There's definitely support out there. We've got a lot of people who want to see a bit of common sense put back in place and are willing to help, whether that be go up there with shovels as well to if we can't use a digger. There's a group of people that will help make this happen.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for talking to your submission. We appreciate it, and we'll obviously be talking about this in depth this afternoon.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Vanessa. Right.
Do I just push leave?
Yeah.
Oh,
Carolyn's calling in.
Carolyn's calling. No, you're calling us.
Is that Mark at the end of the... Yep, hi Mark. If you want to come up, mate, that'd be great. Mark Saunders, and booklet 2, page 17, councillors.
Thank you.
Mark, normally 5 minutes to talk to your submission, and then we'll take some questions, so the floor's yours.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. It won't be 5 minutes, just a short, passionate piece about our journey in this district, and that we've been residents since 2004 and enjoy farming and recreation in the Ashburton District Council district, and Lake Camp's a huge part of our why we enjoy it as a family. Raised 3 boys born here in Ashburton, and whenever we have visitors from overseas, it's pop up to the unknown world of to so many others of the Lakes District and Lake Camp and Clearwater and the views up to Erawan and so forth. So, look, I just wanted to share that. I know I've been following support Vanessa's hard work and the facts and pieces like that. But picking up on the sentiment of perhaps those that say we should just let nature take its course. We live in a modified environment, and it's a small piece to play in terms of hundreds of thousands of hectares up there that right through the South Island that DOC have governance of and manage. And this small pocket, which the council have as a reserve around the lakes, is nothing without a healthy and thriving lake that serves its purpose for the people. I'm a farmer. I understand climate risk and variation and seasonal fluctuations, and we also deal with challenges with water races that have been overflowing with nor'westers and weather, and sometimes empty, skinny flows. There's so much combined effort that goes on around the district with minimum flows and bits and pieces of practical solutions where environment and people can have a win. And I'm coming from the space of leaving it to chance is merely just that. And you've got cases in the North Island with your lakes around the Rotorua and so forth where it was known for quite a while that, in a different way, but with algal blooms and so forth, and they flipped and got into a horrible state. And those lakes effectively are closed for years. Well, for us in mid-Canterbury, what do we have in the summer to see our youth tear off down to Wanaka or Queenstown or somewhere else? To go and camp and swim safely in the Rakai River? Safely. You certainly aren't going to be water skiing or enjoying those sorts of things there. Our population has grown so much in our short time here in the county that Lake Hood's a fantastic facility, but it's well and truly oversubscribed with busyness throughout the summer season and sharing it with rowing and sailing and other uses. And then we've got the challenges there with water quality as well, and that it hasn't been open all year for everybody. So in short, Lake Camp's a special place. It is something that, in terms of that summer hospitality, recreational visitors to the district and so forth, it's a huge secret little jewel in our crown, perhaps. When people come here, they go up there and it just blows their mind. And I just can't see the first impression of a shrinking puddle versus a thriving lake. And in terms of thriving, it's at a decent volume that allows the perimeter to be utilised for recreational camping, for water sports, and the enjoyment of all. So I just seek the council's support in finding out the next steps, and that perhaps is in getting some data. What is the flow of the river? The feeder streams in the Belmaccan. To me, in our experience visiting there, and we are up there twice a month, no less, there's times when the lake is full, when it's win-win in terms of the wetlands to the Lake Emma, pointing in my direction, the southwest, as the lake increases in volume, the wetlands that feed into Lake Emma and are thriving as well. So it's not like it's take-take. It's actually win-win up there. So, I come from a space of be bold. Let's get some facts together and work with the doc or whoever to not just put it in a too hard basket, because it's too good to lose.
Awesome, thanks Mark. We'll head to Councillor Cameron.
Thank you for your submission, Mark, and appreciate you coming here today. The Mayor asked a question earlier of an earlier submitter, like what sort of value or dollars would you suggest the ratepayer pay for this to get the consent? To endeavour to get the consent,
I'm uncertain as to where the money might need to be spent for the solutions in gaining one. I understand there's a lot of community good in terms of time and time offered to assist with that consent process, rather than, I'm familiar with gaining resource consents and bits and pieces of what we do.
Yeah.
So that you can do the hard legwork with some people, or you can spend thousands of bucks on a fancy consultancy space. If you get to the end game with people on board, I'm not sure what that monetary value would be. Wouldn't have a clue really, but
we're here today to ask questions of you, so I can't comment on that, but this afternoon we'll be discussing.
Yeah.
So you could have a listen in and you'd get a view as to what the approximate costs are and the likelihood of at the moment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Lovett.
You're talking about a safe playground for a lot of people. We know thousands go up there. How much lower can the water level get before it becomes unsafe to boat?
Well, in terms of last summer's activities, it was practically closed to outboards from January onwards, really, for safety. In terms of utilising the water ski course, which is a bit out to the side, that was totally unsafe by mid-Feb, I think early March. The club had to cancel their open day, but it was, yeah, go back to whatever the level was measured, Christmas-ish. We were in good space. Low, but in a workable space.
I might ask Hamish to hop in here and talk about expectations around this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just to clarify, this afternoon we will not have information on the costs or process involved with a consent application. That report is still being compiled and is intended to come to Council on the 18th of September. So in terms of expectations for submitters or even councillors, that discussion can't be held this afternoon because that report has not been completed.
Mark, one from me. We as a council have to consider the cost of ratepayers. I'm thinking of my 80-year-old father in Queen's Drive, and chasing a consent that may be rejected because of some white-bellied skinks at the end of the day. So Vanessa talked about some fundraising pages. Are you agreeing with her that would get some buy-in?
I believe so. And in terms of, the wider community, I mean, I pay plenty of rates, and we don't have rubbish bins and other services in rural mid-Canterbury, but we do have a lake that we all enjoy. But up for fundraising? Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, why not? We've fundraised for the EA Network Centre. We've donated to that in the past as a business and as a family. So it's too good.
Awesome. Thank you so much for popping in and talking to your submission and your passion. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So no Ewan at this stage. We might, Tayaba, could we do the, he's not on Teams. Could we do the recording now, play the recording now? Ask a question. Sorry, mate.
I think that's the best we have.
Thank you for allowing me to speak at this, to my submission. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I just wanted to explain who I am and where I'm from. I was brought up in mid-Canterbury, and going to Lake Camp was a regular summer feature for our family, and to relocate or re-find Lake Camp again in recent years with some friends of ours who started going to Lake Clearwater for windsurfing. And we started camping at the campground. So we've been camping at the campground as long-term campers for probably about 10 years now. And I'd like to be able to say that, yeah, it's part of who we are. You know, it's where I went as a kid. It's where I take my kids now. Where they've got memories. It's where we kind of belong. It's a sense of tūranga waiwai when I come back there, because while I grew up in mid-Canterbury and Karoo, my parents left a number of years ago, a number of decades ago actually, and so I don't get to go home anymore. And going to the lakes is like going home, because there's quite a few people from the Karoo and Ashburton district that go there that I get to see. And that wouldn't happen. I now live in Christchurch and have done since the last 20 years. And going through the earthquakes was an interesting experience. And I guess I'm reminded of it when I think of the lake and Lake Camp. The Lake Camp and Clearwater area will still be there, whether the lake is present or not. But what I learned from the Christchurch earthquakes was that even though the city remained, really important landmarks and activities were taken from us. And they were connection points for people, connection points for community activities. And so when I go on Christmas Eve, there is no place to go anymore, where you know that all your old friends and university mates and people that you would connect with would go, because those locations aren't there. There are new ones, but they're not the same. And so that sense of community has been lost. And I fear that's what will happen if we lose Lake Camp. The district will still remain, but that sense of connection and the meeting place where there's so many people come together is going to be lost. I work in mental health and have done so for the last 10 years. And sense of connection, tūranga waiwai, is a really, really important part of people's well-being. Getting out into nature is as well, and connecting with others. So I just would really like to ask that you do what you can do to fight for our lake, so that those connections and our community's well-being isn't lost. Thank you.
Nice that we're able to check teams for Ewan and also Richard. I see he's coming in on teams as well. Philip has got mouse issues, so are you able to do anything at your end of the... No. See your mouse buzzing around. Okay. Ewan, can you hear us okay there?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can, yes. We wanted to turn your camera on. Are you happy? Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank
Thank you for talking to your submission. We'll give you around the 5-minute mark to talk, and then we'll take some questions for you from the councillors.
Thanks very much.
Floor's yours.
So my interest in terms of making a submission in relation to the recreational management area is that I'm a squatter in my wife's batch at Lake Clearwater. I want to tell you that this is a personal submission. I'm not purporting to represent the hut holders or any other community group, and just for the sake of completeness, I'm not a boatie or a water skier. But I am someone, obviously, that has a great interest in the landscape and in the environment around the Lake Camp recreational area, and it's about this area in particular that I want to talk to you. I'm also appearing to you because I don't want to see the value of this recreational area undermined by inaction, which I'll come to in a minute. The recreational area which I want to address is Lake Camp, obviously, and I say to you, like any recreational area, I think it needs to be actively managed in order to allow people and communities to enjoy the benefits on all the recreational aspects. If you've got a recreational area that's got playground equipment in it, of course, well, you actively need to maintain the playground equipment. In the case of Lake Camp, I say that it's the attributes of the lake itself which are the focus of the recreational area. And in reading the words on the page in the recreational area associated with Lake Camp, I don't see anything that sets out the focus, namely the lake, that is the focus of this area. Because, I know that it sets out spatially where the Lake Camp management area is, but it doesn't list attributes, which I think it should, so that you can then in turn manage your recreational area in accordance with those attributes. Obviously, I don't want the council sitting on its thumbs and doing nothing, and I'll come to that in a minute. I know you're not. But doing nothing, I think, at the moment has got rather disastrous consequences for the environment around Lake Camp. The active part of the management area of Lake Camp that I want to see you having a focus in and is identifying that the lake and the lake levels are really important as the focus of that recreational area and something that you must actively manage. I'm wanting some words put in the recreational management area which ascribe values to the water. Clearly, councillors, I'm not wanting to get you in the frame where you're taking over ECAN's job in any way. I'm just wanting you to list the values in your recreational area. I want you to do that because, in my view, the pleasantness and aesthetics of Lake Camp are going in the wrong direction at the moment. I know from looking at your Ashburton tourism publications that Lake Camp is often a focus of the whole benefits to the Ashburton community of some recreational opportunities in the Lake Camp area. I see it often in photographs. I just want to say hold on to those photographs at the moment because I don't think you'll get the same photographs at the moment, and I think that the attributes are going in the wrong direction. Now, I know, and I should acknowledge, that the council at your last meeting that you're in an evaluation process in relation to taking some positive action in relation to restoration of the diversion at Lake Camp. So I applaud you for doing that. The last thing I want to say to you before there are any questions is I don't think you need to do this alone. I know I'm not representing any part of the community, but I think that you would find that if there was a need to fund issues associated with this management area, if you were faced with a resource consent application that you were worried about, I think that you would find that there would be enormous goodwill in the community. I know the council's not into it, but to crowdfund effectively I think you would receive many donations in relation to taking some positive initiatives in relation to the water, which is the central part of why Lake Camp is such a good recreational reserve. That's what I wanted to convey to you.
Awesome, thank you, Johan. Appreciate that. And we're looking around the room for some questions from councillors. No, it looks like we're all happy. Thank you so much for your submission, Johan, and for giving us time to talk to it. We appreciate that, and we'll be discussing at length this afternoon.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Righto.
So, Richard's next. We're due at 11:30, so we might just have a wee break and come back. Welcome back to the Reserve Management Plan. We're going to start our deliberations. Pass over to the top table.
Thank you. So we'll just give you a quick overview of the consultation as it's been received and the feedback that we've received. So that's the purpose of the deliberations, to summarise the feedback that we received across the whole Reserve Management Plan consultation and seek your direction on some of the stuff that's come out of that consultation. In terms of what you have on Stella, so there's essentially three key documents, but the one that we'll be working through is the one called Summary of Feedback. The other two is, so booklet one is the full submissions excluding Lake Camp, and then booklet two is all of the submissions, or the Lake Camp submissions essentially. There's also just a document on there that talks about the reserve management plan process and sort of some advice around what we're doing today. Also on there is just for your reference, is the Lake Camp and Lake Clearwater plan. So that's all good. So I'll just pass over to Nikki just to take you through a quick overview of the Reserves Act process in terms of reserve management plans.
Right button, not the left button. Yeah, this is just really a very quick recap about what the Reserve Management Plan is about and some of the relevant considerations under a Reserve Management Plan. So we've said before, I've got the purpose of the Act up there. The management plan is being prepared under the Reserves Act. It's a plan that guides the use, enjoyment, maintenance and development and preservation of a reserve, and it helps to articulate mana whenua and community values and aspirations. So it's kind of your handshake with the community about what you are wanting to do with the reserve in line with its classification, and it's also making sure that the reserve can be enjoyed and used by the public. So in terms of your role as the hearings panel, and there might be a next slide there that covers some of that. Oh, no, that's just the purpose of a management plan. So you can see use, enjoyment, maintenance, protection, preservation. Just skip to the next one. This is what it's not. A reserve management plan is not something that happens under the Resource Management Act. So anything that happens under your district plan or the regional plan is out of scope of the management plan, really. It's not about operation. It's generally not a spatial plan or a process to establish priorities or funding that's done through your long-term plan processes. Next slide, please. So in terms of the role of the hearings panel, you've all received the information, the submissions themselves, as well as the staff responses to those submissions. So it's your role now to consider the feedback received, and you've listened to submitters today who've spoken very passionately and eloquently today. I'm in admiration of how they've spoken, so it's been really great to listen to it. And then you've got to make a decision about which of those submissions or objections you accept and want to carry forward into the final plan, and which of those you don't want to accept and not carry forward in the final plan. So things that are in scope of the deliberations are really just what has been included in the draft plan already, and the feedback that has been received on that. You can't all of a sudden incorporate new ideas because you haven't consulted on those previously. And also what isn't a relevant consideration, as I said, is things under the district plan like zoning of land is not within scope. Classification is under the Reserves Act, but not zoning under the district plan. They're two very separate things. So think about the reserve management plan. That is something that enables activities to happen on a reserve and enable public use and enjoyment of that space whilst protecting the values that are there, and all aligned with the classification. But that doesn't necessarily mean that everything needs to happen straight away. It's all still a subject of, or it may be subject to other processes like resource consent processes and getting funding in place to make things happen. And that's that summary.
Could I just ask a question in the classification? Could you give an example of a classification or a couple of examples compared to zoning? I know what the zoning is, but classifications, what's that?
Yeah. So under the Reserves Act, for each piece of land that is included in the plan, you need to give it a purpose. We've had a couple of workshops in preparation for developing the plan. So recreation reserve is a classification, so that sets out that site, the main purpose of that site is for recreation purposes. So most of the reserves in the district would be recreation reserves. So they're your sports parks, your Argyle Park, your Ashburton Domain. Then you've got some that are scenic reserves, for example, under the Reserves Act. And there's spaces, I think, at Awawarata and Wakanui that have been classified as that.
And underneath
And
those classifications, there'll be
it's
a
still
zone.
the zoning, but it's subject to a separate process.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll start working through the feedback. Just in terms of the page references in this document, refer to the page references in the summary of feedback. So you might, as we work through, you might want to sort of work through page by page as we go through the different sections and identify any questions or comments that you might want to have. So I'll just pass over to Tauba to start off.
Hi. So the first question that we asked in our consultation document was overall opinion about the draft reserve management plan, and 48 total people responded to this question, and 29 people were in support of the overall plan. 20% on 10 respondents didn't support the plan, and 9 or 18% of the respondents didn't know. And the overall and the comments or the opinion we got on the overall plan were largely positive. 1% highlighted that outdoor open spaces are good for mental health and well-being. Typo error was indicated by one of the submitter, which we are recommending to change. There's one submitter that requested an athletic track at Ashburton Domain, and one of the submitter also questioned the sincerity of council in undertaking public consultation. At this stage, we are recommending some editorial changes in the overall plan, and for the specific changes, we'll ask about them in the later slides.
Can I ask a question? Good.
Yes, Liz.
Thank you. Just in that initial graph where we had 10 that didn't support and 9 that don't know, were the majority of those people responding to the lake camp issue, or was it just the general?
No, they are mostly general.
Mostly general.
Yes.
Thank you.
So,
So for the overall vision, the question for you now is, do you want to make any changes to the draft reserve management plan based on the feedback that we have received in general? We will ask about the particular specific issues that has been raised later on, but at this stage, we're just recommending to make some editorial changes in the plan. So do you want us to go through with it?
What's the feeling around the table? Councillor Cameron?
Thank you. Can you just clarify what that means? Because what does that mean? Because we want to make comment on the plan. When do we do that then?
So I mean, basically, so this is the overview of the feedback, the initial feedback. So basically, at this stage, we're just asking, are you happy to make those changes? And we'll work through each of the different policies over the next few slides. Yeah, yeah.
Sarah's now, Mark.
Right.
Sorry.
So just to make it a little bit easier down at the presenting table, we've given Mark Sarah's microphone. So that's...
Carolyn?
Thank you. So you so people can hear, you're suggesting we make the changes as in the original summary with regards to their typos, fixing errors and that type of thing. Is that what you're talking about at the moment?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, I think we'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the next question in the survey document for the consultation document was about general reserve and open spaces network policies, and we have got some feedback on the general policies, which is Manawhenua partnership, cultural and historic heritage, biodiversity, specimen trees, climate change, and natural hazards and sustainability. As you can see in the graph on the screen, we have mostly received support for these policies. And these are the general comments that were made by the submitters. One of the submitters requested that the information be added about how council engaged with Manawhenua. One submitter requested that the additional information be included about where the definitions of the treaties of Waitangi principles in the plan have been obtained, and requested adding a fourth one. One submitter requested an update on the description of partnership in treaty principles section. One submitter requested additional information for biking, and one submitter requested the addition of climate change policy that covers planning for climate change for reserves. So at this stage, we recommend that we add information about engagement with Manawhenua and update definition of partnership. Other than that, we do not recommend any change based on the feedback received.
Liz?
Can I just ask a question? So we've got the key feedback points, and then we're looking at the summary document. Is it worth us going through each of the pages on the summary document and sort of looking at that? It just makes more sense, and I know you've summarised it up there, but to me it just makes more sense, but I don't know what other councillors think.
What's that feeling?
Like just go through each page, like what we normally do for deliberations. So start on page 9 and just look at that, and if there's nothing to discuss, there's nothing to discuss, but it just feels easier.
Carolyn?
Thank you. I would support that approach, because as we've gone through the booklets and commented as we've gone through them, so it helps us. Otherwise, we don't know where to comment or where not to comment.
So yeah, you're welcome to do that, and so this just summarises this particular section. Pages 9 to 13 is this particular section, so you're welcome to go through each page and raise any comments or questions that you have on that. Yep.
Is it, so I'm just wondering whether it's, with that agreement, it's possible to jump from the summary on the screen to page 9. Is that what you want to do?
No, well, just
We can
if
take
the
it through
chair
page
could
by
just read
page.
it and say, let's look at page 9, are there any comments? Let's look at page 10, are there any comments? It all relates back to this, but
Don't necessarily need it on the screen.
No,
but just
I don't think so.
led by the chair
We've
through
got it
that
on
process.
here.
Okay.
Yeah, so we do. So through the PowerPoint, we do have recommendations associated with each section. So that's why the PowerPoint's there to sort of raise those with you as we work through. So.
Go to
Yep.
page 9.
Okay, yep. Right, we'll start with page 9. Page 10. Eleven. 12. 13. So can you remind us of those recommendations again, Taba, please?
Sorry, can you come again?
Can you remind us of those recommendations?
Based on the feedback that we have received, the only recommendation we are making is to add information about the engagement with Mana Whenua and update the definition of partnership. Regarding other feedback, we are not recommending any changes.
Liz?
So I've just got a question on Edith Smith's submission about heritage buildings. So if there's heritage buildings on a reserve, how are they're not covered by this plan?
They are and they aren't. So there's a cultural heritage policy within the plan that does apply to buildings as well, but there's other legislation that would override that legislation or that policy likely. When it comes to the building itself, there's other legislation that would supersede this.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Are we happy with the recommendation?
So just to clarify, the specific wording is in the summary document. You'll see there that the red text that's been highlighted in that summary document is what's suggested.
I've got slightly different page numbers than you have, but I think in your document the red text is on pages 10 and 11.
Yeah. All happy?
Next section in our survey was about recreational use policies. There are a bunch of recreational use policies that we asked the opinion for, and that is general recreational use and enjoyment, access, support and active recreation, play, authorization and approvals, commercial use, drones and remotely piloted aircraft system, events and firework display, camping, operational agreements that are related to leases, licenses, easements, and other than grazing, leases and licenses, and public and private utilities. So we have received feedback on each of the policies, and mostly, as you will see in the graph, most of the feedback we have received, people are in support of the policies that has been mentioned in this draft plan. We have received specific feedback on few policies, and that is submitter express support for the policies that make provision for accessible reserve support, sport and recreation, play, especially provision of shade. One submitter notes support for commercial use only with strict control. One submitter seeks clarification about what utilities mean. And two submitters do not support fireworks in the parks. One submitter does not support freedom camping, and one submitter notes that they do not support off-road access of reserves. So you can look at the full summaries, full submissions in the summary document from page 16 to 18. But based on the feedback that we have received, officer recommend that we update policy 3.3.12, which is, can you please go back to which is public and private utilities policy, and include an explanation about what the utilities are. Other than that, we do not recommend any change.
Okay, so we'll go through those pages 16.
Just on the fireworks one, the comment is the RMP sets out. What's the RMP?
Reserve management plan.
Resource management plan.
The reserve management plan.
Oh, reserve.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. What does it say about fireworks? That?
Nikki, can you please?
I'm just opening up the document. Bear with me 1 second. It is saying that people who would want to let fire off in reserves would have to apply to council and then go through an approvals process. So it's not an outright prohibition of fireworks, but making sure that anyone who does want to do that does need to apply to council to do this.
Right.
And then it's at council staff's or council's discretion whether to approve it. But in general, those applications would be for large fireworks displays rather than people going down on Guy Fawkes to let off fireworks. I think that is prohibited either way.
So I know of one
Prohibited.
reserve which it happens on once a year.
Yeah.
So what we've got or proposing will not stop that.
It's probably more a matter of your bylaws enforcement rather than the reserve management plan itself.
So if it's allowed it before, they're not allowed it in the future. Should.
Probably.
If you haven't changed the others,
Yeah.
it should still be okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Carolyn?
I'm looking at submitter number 12, response number 12 on page 34, 35. I'm well ahead of myself.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I was going to comment on these things, so I'll just wait till we're going through the summary, page 17, aren't we? Not the actual comments, page 17.
Summary of feedback, page 17.
Yeah,
We're up to.
so we're going to miss all these submitters, aren't we, if we go through the summary?
No, we'll get to that.
Okay, sure. Because you think they're in order with regards to the questions that come up at the end, because I disagree with that. Some of them comment on things out, like they're all commenting on everything. You know what I'm saying? I'll wait. I think we're looking at odds here. We'll go through the summary.
Okay, it's page 17. And are we happy what's written in the red for the change, suggested change? Can we get a nod if we're happy with the change? Yep. And page 18.
Mr.
Oh,
Chair,
yes.
thank you. When I look at page 18 in the summary document, or page 19 on Stella, it talks about car parking, for example. When I go into my booklet on page 34, there's a submitter talking about car parking. When do we talk about that submitter's comment on car parking? This is what we normally do, and I'm just a little bit out of sync.
I think we're looking at different documents. My summary, page 18, doesn't have any reference to car parking.
You're on the summary of feedback.
Yes, I am.
We haven't gotten to the parking policies yet. So we are at recreational use policy.
Okay, are we good?
Yeah. You happy, Carolyn?
Yeah. I just think we're missing a lot, but I understand the process.
We will pick it up.
So we're happy with the recommended changes in red. Yep.
Okay, move on.
Yep.
So the next question was about development policies in the reserve management plan. These policies were general reserve development, buildings and structures, car parking, lighting, reserve furniture, signs and interpretation, and fencing. Overall, we have received feedback in support of all these policies. And the comments, some of the comments that we have received on the individual policies were generally in support, but requested one of the submitter requested an additional policy to policy 4.1, which is and to highlight that council works in partnership with clubs and community organizations as well as reserve boards. Two submitters misunderstood aspects of the plan regarding the building and structures, meaning that park will be filled with buildings. Several issues raised were out of scope of a reserve management plan, for example, provision of more car parks, restrictions on advertising and alcohol sponsorship. One submitter requested dark sky. So officer recommendation based on the feedbacks that we have received on the development policies was to update policy 3.4.1 as suggested by the submitter.
Thank you. Yep. So that's on the top of page 20. So we'll have a look at 20. Any questions? And 21. All happy with the recommended change in red? Yep, happy.
Okay. Next section in our consultation document was about administration policies. Under administration policies, the reserve management plan has number of policies which are naming of reserves, gifts and memorials, commemorative trees, encroachments, public art, public health and safety, ashes and vanua, that is placenta, fire control, bylaws and enforcement, and waste management. In general, we have got support for all these policies. Regarding specific comments, 3 submitters mentioned the naming policy, and one requesting public consultation, one supporting the policy, and one requesting that names of the reserve should not be changed. 3 submissions were received in the policy on waste management, on the policy that is waste management policy, and comments were however, the comments were out of scope of the plan, as they either were in relation to household bins and dumps, or an aspiration to ideally not need waste management at all. One submitter requested that council consider increasing the number of smoke and vape-free parks. Based on the feedback that we have received on administration policies, no changes recommended to the policies based on the submissions, and as submitters are in support of plan or points, while there are some points that were made which were out of scope of this plan, so we cannot recommend any change.
Okay, thanks. Liz?
Thank you. So some of the comments that were made in the out of scope, so they're obviously mentioned in other policies that we have. Does the plan then link to those? So, for example, the smoke-free policy that we have, does this plan link to that policy so that people are aware that we actually do have that in place, but it's just not mentioned in this one?
Yeah, that's correct. So the idea with this is that we don't develop new policies where you've got existing policies in place, and instead the reserve management plan links to those existing policies, like your naming policy that council has in place.
Thank you. We'll just work through these pages.
So just as a comment on that, I mean, we'll pick up some of those comments and feed them into the next review of those policies as we work through.
Thank you. So page 25. Any questions? 26. Oh, Liz.
Question on 25, Ada Smith again. Replacing exotic trees with native. Do we have is that covered in the district plan, or do we have a tree policy?
No, through the chair, we do not have a tree policy per se.
Do we need one?
No.
No?
Do you have a directive, Ian, that we are...
You want to respond first?
Where applicable, you do go with natives?
Through the chair, we look at the site, and it depends on the wishes of the donator, if they're a donated tree. Some people now, where there is more profile with native trees, will request a native species be chosen. Historically, we've had European or English varieties, which are mainly deciduous. So there is a bit of change coming in that space where the community sentiment is more, there's a growing weighting toward native as opposed to exotic.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Brown?
You just talk about the trees, and I've asked Hamish for getting a workshop on trees, when they should be chopped down, when they shouldn't, and all those sorts of things. So I think it's going to be Ian who's going to present to council on trees in a workshop. So maybe helpful for us all to understand what happens in planting, all those sorts of things. So, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we've got that workshop in the planning stages so that council understands our approach to trees in general and can direct amendment to that if it's deemed necessary.
Carolyn.
Thank you. My question might be redundant then, but when we did the domain development plan, we looked at native sites for native trees, and in response to, I think, Edith and Belle's presentation, we were going to do a sort of a gradient planting of natives, small natives to big natives. Is that in the reserve management plan, or is that just in a gardening policy or the Ashburton? How do we know that? Where is that?
Through the chair, that directive comes through the more operational documentation, through the domain development plan and such things. So that's where some of those items have been picked up, and they have been quite prevalently raised to the council through the long-term plan submissions. So that's where we take on board those sentiments, and they are factored into some other planning cycles that are operationally based.
Okay, thank you. So, for example, that little island in the duck pond at the domain was going to be planted in natives. That's in an operational plan.
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Richard?
Just the trees one. So if a decision needs to be made on the trees, it's made by, and obviously the domain, by open spaces because they control it. But in the reserve board areas, who makes that decision there?
Through the chair, that is the reserve board, generally in consultation with open spaces.
Thank you. We're on page 26. And 27. Carolyn.
Waste management. Is it appropriate to talk about waste management now? Is in there. Waste. When I read the waste minimisation policy, is that to do with this or separate?
If I may, it is your waste minimisation policy as it applies to the entire council, so it is separate from this, but the waste minimisation policy would be overarching in general.
So the waste minimisation policy will be overarching the waste management within this comment, within this document.
It is, yes, it is.
Thank you. Okay.
It's correct.
Okay, happy with your recommendation?
So, first volume of reserve management plan was about general policies that we have discussed. I will start on onward volumes. So, volume 2 covers Ashburton Domain and Gardens, and we have received generally positive feedback on about Ashburton Domains and Gardens. There were mixed feeling about commercial use of the domain, and it was expressed by the submitters that there should be a limited use, but for domain there should be a limited commercial use of domain, and they prefer it could remain green and open. Some highlighted that the importance of creating accessible playground for all ages. Some of the submitters made suggestions about improvement of playground and water features. Overall, the submission that we have received on Ashburton Domains and Gardens has been positive, so we do not recommend any change in the plan, in the draft plan, in the second volume.
Thank you. Page 28. Councillor Lovett.
I was just going to ask, when is a plan to upgrade the Domain playground? Because it was on the agenda when I came to council 8 years ago, and we keep getting asked, because it is the main playground in this town, and a lot of people travelling through Ashburton visit this playground. And, you know, we're asked all the time, when are we going to see something? We've got the Flying Fox, but they want, and we've got all the young kids now playing on all the adult exercise equipment because they're bored, you know, with what they've got there.
Through Mr Chair, Ian might be able to answer more specifically, but an upgrade of that is contemplated in the Domain Development Plan, and it occurs when you allocate resource through the LTP or annual plan. So that's when it'll happen, when council votes the budget to enable it to happen.
Yeah.
And through the chair, if I could elaborate a little more specifically, the asset management plan does define such things as you're talking about, which then feeds into the long-term plan as the Chief Executive has flagged. So we currently have allocation in the current long-term plan for 330,000 off the top of my head for next financial year to update some of the equipment in the existing play facility. If I could also just possibly at this point add a little bit of clarity as we're talking about play and the domain. One of the submitters this morning mentioned Foster Park in Selwyn District as a glowing example. Just for clarity, that new facility with soft fall that's rubberised and flat and accessible cost $1.85 million. The square meterage that we've got currently at the domain in play to convert from bark softfall to rubberised softfall would cost in the tune of $880,000.
Thank you. Liz?
Thank you. I don't know if we're on page 29 yet, but just that comment about wheelchair access, etc., onto the bark. And I know that you've been working on some different type of play for children in wheelchairs, etc., which is not actually sitting on a swing or something, but it's sort of something for them to do. Are we sort of looking at that for the Ashburton Domain? I know you've got a couple of the the play areas in the Methven Park. Are there some going into Ashburton as well?
Through the chair, that will be something that is considered when we look at what we expend that currently allocated budget on next financial year.
Right.
Carolyn?
Thank you. I guess we're talking now about individual. We've got the Ashburton Domains and Gardens. Are we talking about domains and gardens that are not managed by a reserve board, or am I waiting for that? I want to talk about our Rata Reserve. When do I talk about that? Because it's not
coming, I think. It's coming.
Leave it.
Nikki, did you want to hop in with a comment?
It was probably stepping back a couple of steps. As I mentioned before, the reserve management plan, the policies in there and the development opportunities are really enabling for things to happen at a high level. So a lot of the things that have come through the submissions are things that can be done under the policies that are in the plan. So for example, all abilities access at Ashburton Domain, there's a policy in there that covers that, so it's enabled through the plan. And then there's other processes like Ian mentioned, LTP, you've got funding in the LTP for 25-26 to upgrade the playground at the Domain, so that will happen through that process. The role of the management plan is to enable things to happen at specific sites rather than prescribing what and when and how specifically, so I just want to clarify that.
Thank you. Richard?
It's to do with our transition from stock water races, because obviously in the plan it talks about not reducing the size of the pond and retaining the waterways and all that sort of stuff. Is that being considered? Because the waterways are potentially stock water races that run through the Domain, and we've got it mentioned that they're going to be retained and all that sort of stuff. Is that being considered as the wider?
Through the chair, the intention is that we advocate for the retention of, and obviously the ponds through the Domain, they are derived from from a stock water intake, so that is part of that greater discussion that is going to be had and yet to be had.
Thank you. Page number 30. (31) and 32. All happy? Thank you. Just mindful of time, did we want to have a break now, or do you want to push on with volume 3? Take a break? Back at 1:45? Back at 1:45. Reserve Management Plan, Deliberations, Volume 3, Reserves Managed by Reserve Boards.
So the volume 3 of draft reserve management plan that we have consulted on covers reserves managed by reserve boards. Out of 15 reserves that are included in the volume 3, we have received feedback on 8 of them that are mentioned on the screen right now. That is Alfred Forest Domain, Methven Domain, Mayfield Domain, Denwall Domain, Green Street Domain, Mount Somers Domain, Pendarvis Domain, Rikaya Domain, and one of the recommendation has been made by officers on Denwall Domain. So, in general, submitters have noted appreciation for the work of reserve boards and level of maintenance and development. One specific feedback that we have received is on Green Street Domain is by 2 submitters who highlighted work undertaken by reserve board, including plans for tennis court, issues around Manafenwa engagement, hall renewal work, playground planning and ongoing maintenance. They oppose the installation of signage and additional tree planting. Noted that the committee is relatively young and that obtaining fund is not an issue for them. Based on the submission that we have received on Green Street Domain, the officer's recommendation is to remove reference of aging volunteers in the draft plan, remove policy 3, support reserve board in obtaining alternative sources of income, and regarding the development opportunities, we recommend to remove reference to hall renewal, recommend no change to other development opportunities such as signs and additional tree planting.
Okay, thank you. Lynette?
Just had a question on the Green Street one with the playground. Who is responsible for paying for new equipment, the reserve board or does it come through council itself?
Through the chair, the playgrounds have come back in under the Open Spaces Division, so it's comes through the council as opposed to the reserve boards for primarily a compliance-related reason.
So they don't pay if they want new equipment. They don't raise funds to put towards it at all.
Through the chair, they're more than welcome to do that. We would work with any reserve board willing to partake in a partnership, such as you mentioned.
Right.
Okay, I'll work through the pages. Page 33.
Sorry, we might just work through the slides on this one. We'll work through just the rest of the slides that cover some of the other domains and then maybe go through the pages.
Okay.
So the next feedback we received regarding was Rukaya Domain. One submitter requested rezoning of reserve for residential and rezone part of Borrowers Road to reserve and exchange 2 areas. One submitter suggested that part of this reserve should be developed and a playground installed. So in response to the submission received, there's an officer recommendation mentioned on the screen, which states that zoning is a Reserve Management Act process, so it is out of scope of Reserve Management Plan. Land exchanges under Reserves Act is a possibility, but it is out of scope of this Reserve Management Plan. So we recommend no change to Reserve Management Plan, but proposal has merit and can be further considered as a part of open space strategy implementation, and funding will be required to undertake the relevant work.
Russell?
Thank you, and I understand this is outside of this proposal, but the gentleman thought it fitted in, so this is where he put his submission. And the final comment there, funding required to undertake relevant work. I think if the decision was made to do this work, the funding would come in through the sale of the sections, but we just might have to front some money in the first place. But I don't know how we keep this idea, I suppose, going.
Yes, I think the first step would be to explore the zoning and the exchange of land, and logically, you would need a report on the implications of how to do that, and if that found favour with council, you could progress that. In terms of revenue from one thing being absolutely earmarked for something else, that's not quite how it would have to work. The revenue would be accrued to council, and you would have to have a budget line for doing that work, so you wouldn't necessarily see the proceeds of one thing directly contributing to another, although the reality, the overall reality is that might be how it is, but we would have to have a proper process to treat both sides of that equation. But I guess the first step would be, if the idea has merit, in some process, you would call for a report on what might be involved to make that happen.
So as Dave responded to and told that?
He will be responded to try and reflect how council has seen his submission and idea. So
yeah.
This might be one forum where you might have a view and call for further work on that, or you might want to think it through and call for that at a future time, where you might invite him back. But we in the office would need to know whether you want that further explored. And like all these property type issues, we start with trying to understand how the land is in council's, if it's in council's ownership, how did it get there? And then there's all sorts of processes to follow around land that might be Crown derived, and all sorts of processes to work through. That might be the step you want us to explore and explain to you, and we would do that if that's where your will was.
Should we do that now, or do you want to do questions first?
Just got a couple of questions, if that's okay. So the land exchange is a possibility, but does it make any? So if the reserve land is exchanged with something else, does that require a change to the reserve management plan down the track, and is it easy to do? Because I know we've talked about lots of sort of land swaps and things that have happened while we've been looking at the plan, but once we've adopted it, how easy is it to change?
Through Mr. Chair, it would be something that would be done later down the track. Once you've gone through that process, there's no need, actually there's even no risk to amend the reserve management plan now, the draft plan, because you would be preempting a decision that is part of a separate process. So it would be once you've gone through the proper process. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just going to suggest, in terms of the next steps after deliberations, we would be updating the draft plan, and then the draft plan would be presented to council to approve, not the draft plan, the final plan. So that might be an opportunity to pick up some of those suggestions and make a proper decision on where to for those things that are sitting outside of the scope of the management plan as well.
Annie, do you want to hop in now?
Yeah, I was just going to clarify the process as well. So obviously we'd need to understand the underlying land status of Michael Street. If it's Crown derived, council has no ability to subdivide it up and sell sections. But a land exchange is actually a DOC process. DOC has to agree to the reserve exchange process. So it's not council can put forward a proposal to DOC, but ultimately that's a DOC decision, not a council decision to undertake the reserve exchange, because given that it's recreation reserve.
Yep.
Yeah, the submitter has asked for this to be looked at, and I think we should look at it. It may have merits, and possibly does. The Rakaia Community Association is also submitted, and they talk about this piece of land too. It is reserve land, and they're asking for a playground to be developed on it. Where this submitter is saying this is a prime piece of real estate to put some affordable housing on, subdivide, and move the reserve status to another place, and probably the monies you make from here would pay for a playground. Rakaia has another couple of sections around it too, which we own, and they just sit there and graze a few sheep. If we want to do affordable housing in the district, we should be opening those up they need subdividing. So they should be opened up and sold or whatever to get more housing in Rakaia, because they are running out of sections. There's been no major developments, subdivisions there. There's been a couple of small ones which the submitter talked about, but I think there's 19 left, and they're filling, or whatever is there, they're filling up. So I think we need to look at it sooner rather than later. Two submitters are talking about this piece of land.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if there is general agreement to that point, that we can get that direction now rather than having to. I know it's outside of the reserve management plan development, but council's all here. If you feel that we should be doing that work and bring something to you, perhaps we could get an indication now to do that, and then we get that underway rather than having to refer it back to another forum. Yeah, just what's involved, and maybe a little bit of research around the status of the land.
Yeah, seeing plenty of nods, so yep.
Okay, so we'll do that and bring that back to council in a more formal and separate way as soon as we're able.
Thank you. Lynette.
My suggestion to this was, is it time that we did a whole strategic plan on Rakaia? Where is it going? Because we've got developments here, developments there, land spare there. We need to look at the whole overview of Rakaia going forward, where we want all these developments and all these sections. Because and people here have been asking where we want to develop on the west side or the east side, and it's becoming, one big plan for Rakaia, and you've got all these carted houses. So if we attach this and did a big, put that in the LTP going forward, start at that process, it will give us clarity on Rakaia as a town. Let's develop it right, not ad hoc.
Yeah, so that's a fair point. We've got no plans, no budget, no one thinking about a strategic plan for Rakaia right at the moment.
But we should.
So if that was to become before the land swap, and if your point has political acceptance, then we would need to hear that now, because at the moment we're about to do a little piece of work around swapping two reserves. A strategic plan for Rakaia is something else altogether, and we haven't yet got direction, resource, or an indication that's council's will. So, again, if Councillor Lovett's suggestion has merit, that's going to spill to at least another annual planning process, and in the meantime we won't be looking at swapping reserve land.
Well, this is not going to happen in a hurry, but I think if get to the annual plan, and we can just start looking at Rakaia as a whole, so we have a nice town developing, not bits here, bits there, and nothing linking.
Okay, can I suggest then, through you, Mr. Chair, that we make a note of that as we're compiling the annual plan, but we continue to look at this reserve swap separately and before that.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Lane?
Oh, sorry, it's all been sorted.
Richard?
Just a comment from the Rakaia Reserve Board. It says that rates are being charged for the lease block on the eastern side of town that gives income for council, but very little to the Reserve Board for the ongoing maintenance of the area. So I think that's the Reserve Board are actually in control of that piece of land. That's their input into it. We hadn't sort of mentioned that. We mentioned the other two, but not the actual ones who are looking after it at the moment.
You?
There is a strategic plan for Rakaia. It was done quite a few years ago, but it's still valid, I believe. It will be getting older, but it's there. All this land we're talking about is zoned residential C. It's already zoned for it. In the district plan, we zoned more land to the top side over the road from the domain, residential C. It's zoned, hasn't been developed because it's still farmland, but it could be developed, and that was done in their last district plan. So there's been good planning in Rakaia, and there's a document there to show it. I don't know if we need to, it may bring it out, blow the dust off and have a look at it. It's probably still fit for purpose.
Thank you. Liz?
I was just going to make a comment that would it be better that the community association called for the strategic plan instead of us offering it, similar to how the Methven Community Board asked for a strategic plan from them. But if there is already a strategic plan in place, maybe have a wee look at that. But yeah.
So the next domain, Methven domain, we received feedback saying that the request to remove the reference to hockey mentioned in the draft plan, and the officer recommendation is that we remove the reference to hockey.
Yep, happy.
Another feedback we have received was on Tinwall domain. That was a request for a pool, which again I think is outside of the scope of reserve management plan. Feedback received on Pendarvis domain mentioned that the reserve board is in support of this plan and noted that plans are underway for renewal of tennis court income through license, and would like to discuss potential relocation of recycling station prior to any council decision. There is one correction that officer are recommending regarding Tinwall domain is the maps that are mentioned in the draft plan, they only show parts of the reserve, so we recommend to update that map within the draft plan. That's all.
Are we still needing to go through page by page, Russell's?
Thank you. Do we have a plan to relocate the recycling at Pendarvis? Is that a thing, or it just seems like that's what they seem to think is likely to happen? Yeah, before any decision is made on the location of the recycling facilities, we'd like to discuss this as a board.
Potential, they're saying. Potential relocation.
I do know.
Yeah,
I
I'm
do
not
know
aware of
something
that.
else. In the draft plan, through Mr. Chair, in the draft plan we did, I'm not sure if it was a policy or a development recommendation to potentially look at moving the recycling station from that side of the road onto the other side of the road, or relocating it out of the reserve, so that would enable that to happen, but it doesn't have to happen. And that's what they're responding to in their submission. It was also discussed at one of the meetings that we held with the reserve boards. We discussed this.
Okay, thank you. Would you like us to go through page by page, 33 to 39, or? Okay. Start with 33. Any questions? 34. 35. 36. Liz?
Just a question, sorry, page 35 on the signage, so it's on Green Street. So do we have standardised signage for all our reserves, or is it just up to each reserve board to sort that out?
Through the chair, at this point we haven't had a standardised approach. That is starting to change, and we do have a view that we need to do that across the board and have it consistent with council logos and have it identified for the community and passers-by.
So with this request to say that not having a sign is a good thing because then no one really knows where they are, that's obviously going to change, so there will be some signage down the track for them. Yeah.
That is correct. Yeah.
36.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just comment, I do notice on page 35 there are a couple of recommended changes, and while they're not additional text in red, it might pay to give an indication of councillors' support for those. Top of page 35 is the first one, and the bottom is the last one.
So recommended change, remove reference to hall renewal from development opportunities section.
And this is about Green Street domain that we discussed previously.
Oh, that's the reference back to the summary page. Okay, thank you.
37. 38. 39. Richard?
It's to do with, it's under, in the wording in the Hinds, under the Hinds domain in reserve, it says it's recently come up, you know, it's not a, it's probably, they haven't submitted on it, but it's recently come up since the submissions are closed, around having to have a landscape management plan. I see a lot of the others, the other domains it's mentioned that all any development is to be carried out in line with relevant provisions of the Reserve Act. The general policies outlined in Volume 1 of this plan is a resource permit, but the Hinds one specifically says it has to have a landscape management plan. So I'm just wondering, is that standard to all domains, or, you know, 'cause it's sort of, it's a slightly different wording to all the others, and it's cropped up in Hinds, and it's become a bit of an issue in that reserve. So I'm just wondering if the other reserves have the same thing has to be done, or what could you find it? It's a page.
Thank you.
If I may. So again, the reserve management plan is about enabling it to happen, but it doesn't need to happen. But saying that, council, if it chooses to, can develop landscape plans or development plans or master plans for any spaces that it owns at any time that it has the funding available. So I think this particular policy was something that has come through from the previous reserve management plan. There was mention of a landscape plan to be developed, and that hadn't been carried out, so we've taken that through to this version of the plan. But it is subject to funding as well, making funding available. It doesn't mean that the Reserve Board has to go out and find money to do a plan.
It's come about, Hinds has had a couple of instances where there's been mature trees that they've wanted to, you know, get rid of or bring back, and they've applied to do that, but then they've been told they have to have a landscape management plan from the council, and they can't do it. So, you know, they have to go through this process. And I'm just interested to know, does that happen? And is that going to happen in every reserve, or is it just a specific one? Because it's mentioned specifically in the Hinds one, but it's not. It's a bit more generic in all the other ones. You know, just for all the reserves, are they going to have a if they want to? If I use an example, the Tynwald Domain wants to cut down a mature tree. Does that have to have a landscape management plan to cut down the mature tree, or what's the? Yep.
Yeah, through the chair, the tree elements on reserve board sites generally devolve back to open spaces for comment and discussion. In terms of the requirement for a landscape plan, it's only if there has been a specific request that flags that a particular reserve board would like to do one or like to have one for some strategic need or direction that they're wanting to achieve. And as Nikki pointed out, we have rolled through what was in the prior reserve management plan, of which only in this section is reserves that have had historic management plans in place. So it doesn't necessarily need to be there in terms of it is a requirement. It's not a requirement across the board. So that, you know, it is open for discussion. If it's seen like it's inconsistent with others, then it can be specifically removed.
Nikki?
Just in addition to what Ian was saying, and I don't have the specifics of the situation, but what it sounds like to me is that because of the ruling in the district plan, they need to apply for resource consent, and that feedback has come through via a resource consent process. It doesn't sound necessarily to me like it's something that comes back to the management plan. It's more RMA requirements and district plan requirements without knowing the specific situation, but that's what it could be as well. So we could, outside of this process, I'm sure we could have a look at that, we being the parks team, royal we.
Yeah.
And through the chair, just further to that, in the zone, open spaces C, I think it is, which Mr. Hyde will correct me if I'm wrong. I think there is a regulation there in the district plan that requires removal of trees over 10 metres in height to have a level of critique greater than would normally be afforded.
It'd just be good to clarify, because we're trying to empower our reserve boards to look after and develop and be the leaders in those reserves, and we just want to make sure we know exactly who has the final say. We can do all the work, but who has the final say? And if it's council, that's fine. If it's a reserve board, that's fine. We just want to have that, once you've done all the work, if they know who has the final say, it would be great to know.
Noted, thank you.
So I'll just move on to the volume 4 of draft reserve management plan. This volume covers Ashburton neighbourhood reserves, and it has 64 reserves, and out of 63 reserves, we have received feedback on 19 of them that are mentioned on the screen right now. Some of the general comments were mostly of appreciation of parks and level of maintenance and development. Several submissions were relating to operational matters which have been passed on to the relevant staff to assess. Regarding George Glassy Park, submitter requested a scooter or bike track here. Regarding Baring Square East, one submitter requested further development. One of the submitter requested no more rates rise and would like to see new toilet block at Ashburton Cemetery. Several submissions were related to the matters that are out of scope of reserve management plan. For example, dog control, court space at EA Network Center, joining of lakes at Lakewood, etc. So we have received 4 submissions on Fairfield Road Reserved, asking or requesting that the lease activity be ceased and part of the reserve developed as a community space. Regarding this feedback, officer recommend add policy to investigate opportunities to create a neighborhood park in consultation with community. And within this volume 4, there are some corrections that officer recommend in the draft plan, that to correct errors in plan as per page 39, and EA Network Center's open space to be named as Smallbone Drive Reserve.
So would you like us to discuss the Fairfield Road Reserve?
Yes, please.
Any questions, comments? Richard?
Could we see where it is, just to get a spatial width? Can that be brought up at all? Because it had a lot of good comments, but I can't locate it in my.
Through the chair, just while that's being located, the site is just to the east of the school, so the recycling centre sits on the end of the reserve, and then further land to the east is leased out currently. It's grazed.
Russell, do you want to hop in while that's being...
Yeah, okay. So it's actually a question for Ian. How do they fit within our open spaces policy of having space available within 400 metres of their house?
Yeah, through the chair, they certainly sit outside that. There is no council provided playground or open space area in that settlement.
So in addition to what Ian was saying, and similar to the Rakaya Michael Street proposal, there is merit in this, and we're recommending to update or add a policy to enable this to be further investigated, subject to funding being made available. There is a lease or a license to occupy for that site as well at the moment, but that runs out in 2026, which gives you plenty of time to do your planning once funding is allocated.
Are we happy to get something from staff on this?
I just wondering how big that piece of land is. It's a couple of hectares.
Through the chair, I suspect it's 5 acres. Oh, there we go, 4 hectares.
4 hectares.
10 acres.
10 acres. No, certainly don't. And if you took that, if we took it back as for reserve, Ian's got 10 hectares, 10 acres he's got to mow. Surely a piece of it might be fine for recreation. So I think it's probably a discussion with the Fenton community to see what they want. 3 submitters there have asked for it. There's another 100 of them out there, peoples, who may want something different. So I think it's a conversation we would need to have. Otherwise, you got to stump up some more rates to mow it.
Richard, just explain to me how a reserve board is set up, because obviously, you know, most of the reserve boards in the district are historic. They've been there, you know, rather than we never set up a new one. Is that a possibility? They don't have one, so I'm saying, but can you set up a new reserve board for people in the community, you know, want to? Because that community there is actually, you know, as an area has had there's a word for it. A resurgence with the new business coming in, and they're developing it immensely, and so it potentially could grow. So I'm just.
For me, it is a possibility in a way, but I don't think it is something that needs to happen for action to happen on the ground. You can just work with the local community to make something happen. I guess you could formalise that later on. They might want to form a reserve board, but there's other groups as well, and I think Awa Rata has come up as one possibility. There's a reserve society, but they're not set up as a reserve board, so it doesn't need to be a reserve board to actually take action. But, yeah.
So there's a grazing licence in place till 2026. How do we go about getting a chunk off with that in place? Wait till it's finished here. Do we have some direction for?
I think the Mayor was right in that we probably need a bit more direction from the community. We've heard from 3 people, and I don't know how you would go about doing that, but yeah, I think that would be probably your first step, and then figure it out, because this was the parcel of land that was not sort of known as being council land, was that right? Yeah.
That's right. So the land is held as recreation reserve. It needs to have a management plan, and as such we've picked it up. It was picked up quite late in the piece, that's why you remember it, I think. I think it was 3 weeks before we had our last workshop prior to notifying the plan. There is a grazing licence in place for this piece of land which runs to 2026, so it could be letting that run out, but that gives you a year and a half to do your planning, to do your community engagement, and that's what the policy that we're proposing enables you to do as well. It sets the direction that council would like to investigate this further as an opportunity. What shape that takes actually on the ground is a different question again, and it could be that it's just a chunk of that land that is used as a usable community neighbourhood park, and the rest is leased. There's lots of different options that could be explored under that policy.
This piece of land is well-known property. 10, 12 years ago, an issue came up, and it took some sorting out to get to where it is now. So there'll be records here about the history of it. It's always been reserve land.
So how do we go about actioning some consultation with Phaeton residents?
Well, I guess what we are looking for as staff is a clear direction from council to actively pursue a use of all or part of this land in the manner suggested by the submitter, and then we can look at that and slot it into our work program, and part of that will clearly be consultation with the community, but we need to know firstly that it's council's will, and secondly we need to get some clarity around how much of it, so we can have some constructive conversations with the community, and we will have to plan that for our work program and engagement schedules and all the rest of it. So, but the first thing now is to have a really good, clear understanding that's council's will.
Is that council's will? Are there any no's?
Okay, well, the clear indication that there's support for the concept, so we'll take that away and work out how we make good progress on that.
Yep, thank you. Lynette?
I was just asking, can we do require one as well? If you're doing one, you could do the asking in that community using the same principles, who's paying and the will of the people in both towns.
I think the differences I'm reading it, and particularly with the Mayor's helpful comments, that there is already a required strategic plan. And of course the district plan is also a pretty material document in terms of how the community can expect to develop. There's a big difference between a whole town review of their strategic plan and asking a small community their desired use of one block of land. So I still think they're separate things, and we should get on with the road reserve following this meeting and the time that we can allocate to it, and that the overall require strategic plan is a much bigger and more complex issue. And as I say, there is actually, as we've just found out, a strategic plan in place that we can dust off and review and have a look at, rather than tangling up a whole town strategic plan review with the use of this reserve.
Thanks so much. Russell?
Thank you. Just on this one, I just think we need to be aware, just because it is a bigger block of land doesn't necessarily mean we want a bigger project. I see a neighbourhood playground in one corner of that, and 95% of the rest of it can be leased back out again. So, we're not talking a wonderful, new Tynwald domain, I don't think.
Agreed, yeah. Neil?
I think we need to be mindful there's a school right next door which has playground equipment on it, which I know other organisations of this town have helped fund, I think. They have a swimming pool as well, I think.
Yeah.
I think. They've got a nice little community there for recreation there. So it's a little piece of work that just needs to be done in coordination with other things that are around. Yeah. And the submitters might just want somewhere to run a dog, because I think you only have the dog on school ground, perhaps. I'm reading between the lines.
Yeah. Become clear with the consultation, right?
Yeah, plenty of playground right next door.
Yep.
And there's talk about kids learning to ride their bikes. That talks more about open space and a safe way to do things. Yeah.
Are we at the stages of running through the pages yet, or have you still got more? No to the pages, or no to more?
Bear with.
So no, you can go. Okay. For volume 4, yep, you can go through the pages.
Thank you. Page 40.
Sorry.
This?
Question. So the Mini Aroto Park, is that, who is that owned by? Is that owned by council? Yeah. The Scout area that's owned by council.
No. No.
But it's in this plan, so
If
why is it?
No, it's not the area. I think I'm just going to ask Mark to kindly bring up the plan as well so we can look at the map for this. The Scout Den area itself is actually owned by the Scouts, so it's not part of the plan, but there's an area, I think, to the south between, oh, don't quote me on the directions, but between the Scout Den and the river, that is open space, and we've given it the same name in the plan.
I see. But
Or similar name.
The submitter there is talking probably, yeah, okay. No,
What page are you on, Liz?
I'm 40. It just down the bottom there, it said, seems rather underdeveloped, but perhaps the Scouts like it that way.
Yeah.
And then another comment about something else.
Yes. Page 41. Forty-two. 43. 44. 45, 46. 47.
'Kay, we're on to volume 5 now. So volume 5 is the Methven and rural reserves, both, and this includes Lake Camp, but first we'll cover everything excluding Lake Camp if that's okay. Does that make sense?
Go through the pages now. You got.
Yep. So I think we've gone through the pages for volume 4.
Yep.
So next volume is volume 5, which covers Methven and rural reserves.
Yes.
But we'll cover everything excluding Lake Camp first off.
Okay, so regarding volume 5 that covers Methven and rural reserves, this part of the presentation will discuss all the reserves that we have received feedback on, excluding Lake Camp, and they are all mentioned on the screen right now. I'll just move on to the general comments about the reserves, which in general, overall comments were supportive. Concerns were raised about accessibility, environmental protection, and maintenance of some reserves. So regarding reserves in Methven, one submitter advocated for improved accessibility for wheelchairs and use of different safety surfaces. Regarding specifically Ellen Lockhead Green, one submitter requested a rubbish bin to be installed. So the next one. Regarding Harris Scientific Reserve, submitter support for review of model aero club use and importance to protect and restore ecological values. Valletta Bridge Recreation Reserve, support for plans to review grazing and protect and restore. Regarding Ashton Beach Reserve, support for focus on protection and restoration of ecological value and Manawatu aspirations. Regarding Wakanui Beach, there was a support for strong cultural association and ecological restoration. So we have received one submission regarding our Rata Reserve that the submitter noted that the plant pest and camping are also issues for the site, advocated for collaboration of relevant stakeholders, for example, DOC, Ashburton District Council, and Reserve Committee in maintaining reserve and development, especially regarding tracks and signage, and want no additional exotic plantings. In response to the submission, receive officer recommend that to add plant pest control camping to include this as the key issue within the policy, and add two policies to work about working together with DOC and our Rata Reserve Society, and focus for future planting. Focus of future planting should be on native species. So this is about our Rata Reserve, and the other officer recommendation is regarding Chambers Park. That is update the development opportunity for playground development to consider all ages and abilities. And another officer recommendation is about a correction to be made on page 61 of the reserve management plan. So if you could please discuss that. Thank you.
Questions, comments? Anu?
You got partial change at our Rata Reserve on camping. I know I've been up there and a lot of the signs are conflicting, but it's actually quite nice to see a few freedom campers up there, because they're actually keeping an eye on that reserve, and you don't get the vandals in the same. I'd hate to see we take camping out completely, which one submitter suggested, because I mean there's a lot of people go up there on their own wandering, and if you've got campers up there, you've got the sense of safety as well. But probably just updating some signage, and that would be good.
Okay, so we'll go through the pages. 47. And are we happy with the change in red, bottom right?
Just a question on that. So it might be to Ian. What changes were you looking at Chambers Park? Because I know you've taken out the spinny. What are those things called? The roundabout. Are you looking at putting more play equipment in that area?
Yes, through the chair, it's to look at the wider range of abilities and ages as opposed to what's currently there. So as part of the ongoing reassessment and review of playgrounds, we'll certainly consider the accessibility and the range of opportunity available, which is historically it's often been just a set of swing arrangements and one or two pieces of equipment. So it doesn't always cater for a wider range of ages. So it's looking at what that could look like when we do any update and review of equipment.
And I guess if I can ask another question, you look at all the other parks or playgrounds around the Methven area. So there's pretty much 4 playgrounds in Methven at the moment, including the one at the Domain, and sort of work out which equipment you're not really going to double up too much and put some different equipment in, I guess.
Through the chair, quite correct. It's a matter of not every playground will be identical. We want them to have points of difference, and not every one will have identical suite of features.
And that Chambers Park one's quite unique because you've done up the tractor and
Correct.
So many people use that now. Yeah.
Okay, so we're happy with the recommendation there? Yeah. 48.
Sorry, another question. The request for the rubbish bin on the Lockheed Green, I know you've taken out a lot of rubbish bins, so is that, I know it's not part of the plan, but just a question while it's here. Are you putting rubbish bins in reserve areas or are you taking them out?
Through the chair, we haven't got a specific direction on that. We do subscribe to not wanting to create an absolute proliferation of rubbish bins and litter bins. There is a significant cost attached, so rationalisation is one of the aspects we do look at, but also we look at where particularly people are walking dogs. That's one area where bins for the untoward products that come from that activity get dispersed as opposed to over the neighbour's fence.
Okay, bottom of 49, there's some recommendations there in red. Russell?
Just on the Ashton Beach Reserve and the bird viewing platform, with those comments, could they be referred to ECAN, because they put that viewing platform in and paid for it and things, so I see it as their responsibility. So if people want signage around it, and that maybe it should be just forwarded to them.
Yeah, that's no problem. Looking at Ian.
Are we happy with the recommendation on 49? Yeah.
Oh, I've just got a question. So Mary obviously couldn't come in and submit in person today, which was a bit of a shame. But I guess she was submitting on behalf of the Awa Reserve Committee.
Yeah, she was.
So that's their view. The camping is camping allowed up there? Because I've seen quite a few no camping signs, so I didn't think it was allowed up there.
So, if I may, through you, Mr. Chair, camping is, again, freedom camping is out of scope of the plan. It's governed by your freedom camping bylaws, or actually there is no freedom camping bylaw, but it's a public spaces bylaw. And another bylaw that covers it too, that slipped my mind at the moment. So we're not proposing any changes to that at all. So currently, from memory, it is not permitted at Awa Rata. So the signs up there would be correct. If there's no camping signs there, they would be reflecting what's in the bylaw.
Thank you. And just in the red there, number 3, you've got future planting should focus on not introducing any new exotic species. So is that meaning that the rhododendrons can stay because it's...
Yeah, that's the intention of that policy, that no new exotic species be introduced, but the rhododendron plantings remain.
Thank you.
Richard? It's to do with the Valletta Bridge Recreational Reserve. Is that currently leased, or is that because it's the bit beside the Valletta Bridge?
Yes, it's currently leased.
It's currently leased.
Yeah.
Okay, happy with Rob?
Sorry, just a little bit of clarification with the roadies. If a plant dies, does it get replaced?
Through the chair, the society generally look after those rhododendrons, and that would be the case. I would expect to keep the areas that are in that species, so there will be some continuation of what is there, and obviously, as you're aware, we've talked about the ex situ collection from Pukeiti that has some specimens in residence at Awarata, so there is an intention that project does continue as well.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Our policy states that there will be no new plantings, so that excludes replacement of those plants. Is that in the policy as such?
Through the chair, it's no new species, so the species of rhododendron is already there, so that will continue, but no, not adding a new species, so we won't be starting a camellia collection up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks.
But on reflection, the policy could be reworded slightly, possibly, to make that a little bit clearer, so we could go away and do that, to make it clear that the rhododendron are there to stay, but it's new exotic species should not be introduced to the site. Something along those lines. I think you're right, it's not totally clear.
Not totally clear.
Yeah.
Thank you, that'd be appreciated. Yeah, that, the roadies need to be looked after in that area. Yeah.
So that addition's noted. Thank you. 50.
Good to know.
51 and 52. Okay, Lake Camp.
Sorry, just a quick,
Oh, sorry,
a
Liz.
quick question on 51, which is Neil Pluck's submission. I guess this is discussed at the Rakaia Community Association meetings, and I know Lynette and Richard go to those, but I see the staff comments as out of scope for this, need to obtain funding. So is that the feedback that's going to go back to them, or will there be something a wee bit more?
It probably should be referred to the, because we've put aside some money in our long-term plan to do with biking, over 20,000, I think, is it? To plan something, isn't it?
Feasibility study.
Feasibility study.
Studying, planning, thinking.
It should be referred to that, should it? Because it's part of thinking ideas, planning, interested party, you know what I mean?
Yep, I think that's fair. Just to note, we're not currently about to launch into shovels and spades type of work, and this is very specific with their views. The work we're doing is the thinking and planning and feasibility study, isn't it? So we'll just have to make that point clear to them.
If I may just add to that, in terms of the next steps, once we've gone through this process, there will be a feedback loop to the submitters to say what decisions have been or what the recommendations are, so that will all happen.
Great. Okay, Lake Camp.
So, regarding Lake Camp, we have received 306 submissions, and we have pulled 12 themes out of the submissions made by the submitters. 99 submissions were on the theme Save the Lake. The plan is inadequate to deal with the serious degradation of the lake was referred by 5 submissions. Feedback on specific policies in draft reserve management plan was mentioned by 6 submitters. Camping was discussed or raised by 3 submitters. Concern for low water level in Lake Camp was raised by 85 of 306 submitters. Support for reinstatement of Balmakan stream diversion was mentioned by 170 submissions. Importance of recreational and social values of Lake Camp and need to protect these were mentioned by 140 submitters. Concern about impact on ecological and scenic values from low water levels at Lake Camp was mentioned by 51 submitters. The economic impact was mentioned by 19 submitters. Safety concerns resulting from low water levels of Lake Camp was mentioned by 20 submitters. Frustration about authorities' delays and bureaucratic hurdles was mentioned by 26 submissions, and call for urgent collaborative action was mentioned by 37 submissions. So these are the 12 themes that we pulled out from 306 submissions that we received on Lake Camp. So these are few specific comments. Regarding general comment, 3 submitters made generally supportive comments regarding biodiversity, acknowledgement of climate change, and Manufanwa aspirations. Submitter also praised the development of recreational facilities over years. Regarding the theme, the plan is inadequate in addressing lake degradation. 5 submitters expressed doubt about the effectiveness of policies in managing lake quantity and quality issues. And raised questions about water quality, called for the development of a clear strategy to protect and restore values and manage water levels proactively. About specific policies on lake camps, 6 submitters commented on and said that commented on specific policies, some expressing support and some calling for amendments. Regarding camping in the area, one submitter advocated to retain camping. One noted that campers are camping in non-designated area, and one called to manage growth of freedom camping. So, in light of the submission that we have received, I'll refer it to Nikki, that the officer recommendation she has done based on the submissions received. So, based on the submissions that we've received, there's, like Tiama said, a range of recommendations that we're making to update the plan on. Starting in volume 1, there's a need to make it a little bit clearer and make reference to the regional plan. So make the difference between the roles of the regional council and the local council a bit clearer. So we're suggesting an update to section 2.3 of the plan to highlight this. And then jumping to the specific lake camp pages of the management plan, there's a recommendation to highlight again those responsibilities, that water quality and quantity monitoring is the responsibility of ECAN, as well as highlighting some of those issues that there are around the lake in terms of it having quite a small catchment and being susceptible to water level changes, to acknowledge things that are happening on site. There's also a recommendation to add a new policy 1. The current policy 1 refers to a plan for lake camp, but there's actually 2 plans for lake camp that council has. One is a landscape management plan, and the second one is the 30-year plan that covers the wider lakes area in this location. So the recommendation here is to update the policy to make the difference a bit clearer between which plan we're actually talking about. In terms of updating policy 2, which was previously policy 1, we're suggesting to include an element in there about the collaboration between the different people who have an interest in the area. So that includes council, but also includes DOC, who have underlying ownership of the land, ECAN, Mana Whenua, and the stakeholders, including the Hut Holders Association. And we're also suggesting to split up this policy a little bit further to make it clearer about what is actually to happen there. So we're suggesting to add a sub-bullet point that emphasises the focus on understanding and, where appropriate, planning for and addressing impacts of the fluctuating water levels of the lake, and that this might have on the community, recreational values and lake ecology. As I said, the second that's policy 2. Then updates to policy 3 that are recommended are, previously the policy only spoke to water quality in there. So again, we're trying to make it clearer whose responsibility it is to monitor that water quality. So water quality sits with ECAN. Recreational activity itself sits with the harbour master if it's boating related. Other wider recreational use of the lake sits with council. So to make those things a bit clearer and saying council will work with ECAN. ECAN are the ones who are monitoring what is happening in terms of the water quality, and then council communicates clearly to the users of the lake what actions should be taken. Updates to policy 4, we refer to Mount Somers in that, so I was suggesting to remove that reference. Update to policy 5,
we're suggesting to add a bit more detail about where camping is actually permitted. That was information that was previously held more in volume 1 of the plan, so we're proposing to move this into this section of the plan as well. There's a couple of corrections as well. One is to update the last bullet point under key issues to say that the use agreement appears to have expired, rather than saying there is no agreement, because there is actually an agreement there. Recommend no change around the water safety. As I said, that's managed by the harbour master rather than council itself. And in terms of resource consenting, I've mentioned that before. Resource consenting is a separate process and not within the scope of this plan. We've made some allowance for that. I was talking about enabling things to happen. So the updates to the new policy 2 that talk about understanding and where appropriate planning for and addressing impacts, that speaks to council taking actions as it sees fit. And I believe there's a report coming to council probably next month or the month after around Lake Camp and exploring issues and costs for resource consent. So it's a separate decision that would be made, and following on from that. In addition to what is on the slide here, one of the submitters this morning made a couple of comments that the main part of the plan does not speak to those recreational values that the park has, as well as some of the scenic values. So I think it was Ewan Chapman who spoke to that, and also Alan Knowles, was it, who spoke to the scenic values and it being really appealing for photographers and tourism. So in addition to what's here, I'm also suggesting that we include a bit more context in the description of the reserve that highlights a bit more those special values that are there, and that the community obviously hugely values with the number of submissions that we've received on this plan. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Through the chair, one of the balances we need to get right with this planning document is taking into account how council is going to progress the next report, which is as soon as the 18th of September rather than a few months away. So I'm very mindful if we talk about enabling in the reserve management plan, then that presupposes perhaps what we might do around applying for the consent. Like it could be used in that fashion, whereas it might not mean that to some, it might mean that to others, and it'll look inconsistent. And given the passion and the feeling that we've all receiving and heard this morning, it's clearly a matter that requires real care and clarity as to how council is going to approach it. So do you, if for example council considers the issue of whether it should apply for a consent and adopt permit to enable a diversion, because there's not too many other ways of getting more water into the lake, which is at the heart of everyone's concern, is this going to be inconsistent with the ability to make that decision with a fair and open mind? I.e., put it more simply, will we have to apply for the consent, regardless of the report and that debate, if this plan suggests that we should be doing all we can to enable the ongoing health and quantity of water in Lake Camp?
I don't think that's what the policy is saying. If it's not clear enough, we can look at changing that. But like I've said before, the intention of this management plan is to enable things to happen, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it needs to happen, especially if it's subject to a different process. So this policy would enable you to take the actions as appropriate, but what you don't want to do with this is include that level of predetermination. The reserve management plan is not the vehicle to say we're going to apply for resource consent. It's a completely separate process. This enables the planning for that to happen should council wish to allocate funding to this, and that's subject to a different decision, but it's not saying we will do this, this is what must happen.
And that makes perfect sense to me. My concern is that they're 2 weeks apart, and regardless of the clarity of that answer, and I 100% understand it, I wonder whether the community will see them as quite that separate. I mean, on one hand, we perhaps adopt an enabling document, and 2 weeks later, we decide not to enable in the only way anyone can see that enabling actually has any meaning. So I'm just trying to make sure that through this delicate process there is clarity for both council, but more particularly for the community. To me, this matter and this plan, perhaps needs to come second. But because if it's decided now, it absolutely will jar if there's not a consistent decision in 2 weeks' time. But that decision needs to be based on the merits of the report that council don't yet have. They don't have the information yet around implications, process and costs of the consent application.
So do we let volume 5 sit on the table?
Well, that's an option. I'm not sure how that sits with the process for this particular plan, but to a lay person, that would seem worth considering.
And it could be that we pick up deliberations on this particular issue after council has made a decision on how it wants to progress, and then address this again. Because the next step is, in either way, is another report to council to approve the final plan. So that final approval will happen after that report has been received on the 18th of September, and that decision will have been made by council. So that's another way of addressing it. So it's not disjointed. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, because
it makes perfect
I know
sense.
council has heard the submitters this morning. I know there's a lot of care being taken to hear those views and to weigh this up. But at the moment, we don't have the implications of those submissions to consider with enough detail to make that decision. So doing one without the other is potentially unfair to both council and the community.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Hamish. Very encouraging to hear that, and very, very sensible. I'd strongly support that decision. From what I hear, what you're trying to say is if this went through before we got that report, we would be hamstringing ourselves.
Yes, and I hear the professional answer, which is you wouldn't be, but I think in the perception and in your minds, and certainly in the submitters and the community minds, it would look very inconsistent to do one thing 2 weeks before doing something else just because they were legally separate processes. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Hamish. Very much support what you're saying.
Russell?
Thank you. And I agree. And one concern I have listening to all the submitters today on Lake Camp, it was almost an assumption I felt that if council applied for this consent and it cost whatever it cost, we were going to get it. There was very little comment around the difficulties there will be in getting that consent, regardless of the cost of it. I'm quite concerned that there'll be a lot of false hope around that as well, because there's going to be a big time delay.
Yes, and just so councillors know, we're preparing this report and being very mindful that we shouldn't address the merits of it or its chances of success, because then we're starting to steer, if you like, the decision that is rightfully the council's. What we're trying to do in our report is to outline the process that we think would need to be followed. We're outlining the sorts of information we would believe necessary, the likely costs of that, and then some pathways that process may take. As a consent application, is it going to be publicly notified? If it is, are there going to be objections? If something's decided, will there be appeal? And so trying to lead through, based on a whole lot of rational assumptions, the potential ways this could play, but we're not trying to turn our mind to the merits of it or the chances of it succeeding. Those will be judgments that councillors will have to make as they debate as much information as we can put in front of you. And the reason for that is we do not want to be seen to be in the office to have a particular view or trying to persuade you to a particular outcome. We're just focusing on process and cost implications, and then for council to fairly then consider.
Rob?
Yeah, agreeing with what you're saying again. We asked a couple of the submitters this morning what they thought the value of this process would cost, and they were in the tens of thousands. The community needs to be very aware that the cost of this is huge going ahead, with a great risk of it being denied. So they need to be very aware of that.
Yes, and I agree through Mr. Chair. I think the cost that we will be trying to shape for you will be in relation to the getting the consent and the permit. A lot of the comments we receive and some of the submitters, I think, are talking about the cost of the piece of infrastructure they think might be necessary to get the diversion working again. We will be focused far more on the cost and the time and process of getting the consent. So the costs are likely to be in that part of it rather than the physical piece of infrastructure that might follow.
So, Mark, have you got enough from us as far as letting this lie on the table till after the 18th goes, or do you need a specific date that we need to deliberate on this again?
Or potentially we may need another conversation about it depending on the outcome on the 18th. But at this stage we can go away with what we've got. Obviously it's sitting on the table. There's a few changes in there that we can probably change that aren't related to that particular decision, just to aid clarity in the plan.
Yes.
But yeah, I think we'd probably bring it back at some point.
Yeah, I think it's a good answer. I wonder whether, Mr. Chair, we don't make it even more definitive perhaps than that, and send a clear signal that we're waiting for the debate on the 18th before we really want to confirm or not whether we're on the right track here. So letting it lie on the table pending that report is a really clear signal that that report and that debate and discussion has real meaning and will impact one way or the other on how we consider this. So I think in a working on it sense, it's probably fine because we've got other stuff to work on and it's going to take more than that 2 weeks and therefore it's not going to collide. But in a clear signalling sense, we're saying this is put aside pending that debate with more information. And so we will have to come back when we know what that answer is.
Yeah, good call. Liz?
So does that mean that we understand the report side of things on the 18th, but with the deliberations on that, will that sort of all be encompassed in the report, or will we have another session where we will go through these 17 pages or whatever?
That's my suggestion. Normally, if you let something lie on the table, you would just put this aside. So we're not going to repeat all this great information in the report on the implications of applying for a consent, because that's what you've asked us to do. We would simply put this aside for now. You'll have your debate, and that'll lead to a place around the consent application. And then once that decision is made, then we'll return to this in the context of that decision.
Yeah, and I'm happy with that. I think that's the way to go.
Yeah. Russell?
Thank you. All the submissions that we received on Lake Camp around this issue, will you be able to put a link in that report to this so that we can then use those submissions when we're having the debate, because they're sort of more relevant to that debate than this one, if that makes sense?
Yes, we'll see what we can do in that regard. The report on the 18th, though, is a bit more narrowly focused than all these issues. That it's on the implications and cost and process involved in the consent and the DOC permit. It's not trying to canvass any of those other issues. You will have this information. We can reattach it in some fashion to make the reference for you a little bit easier, but our report is not trying to link to all these various issues in this document.
Council happy? Yeah. I guess that brings to a close our meet. No, it doesn't. No.
A little bit more to go.
You didn't let me finish. Apart from this little bit of gold that you've got for us.
Yep, so there's a few final comments that Tab will just take us through.
So this is the last part of the consultation document. If somebody wanted to make a general comment or feedback regarding the whole plan. One submitter expressed support for the work of the reserve boards. One submitter expressed that all reserves they visited in the area were satisfactory, and a submitter asked council to keep up the mahi. One of the submitter requested to stop spending and increasing rates. Several operational matters relating to Kaisok on State Highway 1 were raised by one submitter. One submitter requested that bark not to be used as a playground surface, and one submitter requested that drought-resistant locally sourced native plant species to be considered for future plantings. So based on the general feedback received, officer recommendation is no changes are recommended to the plan based on the submissions, and the submissions were either supportive or captured by existing policies in the plan or of an operational nature. So I think that's it.
The comment about the several operational matters relating to the kiosk at State Highway 1, where will that be referred to? Obviously don't belong here, but it's still an issue.
Yeah, through the chair, that's items that we have taken on board in terms of operationally, and will feed through to the operational teams around those specific items. And there's been a number of them through the raft of consultation that we've received.
And so similar to that, and that was Bev Skates' submission, the welcome to Ashburton sign. Do we need to do anything for that? I know we've got a wee bit of, have we got some money in our LTP for that?
We talked about it. I just need to clarify whether it survived. I just don't completely recall whether that money stayed in.
It didn't. So is it time to actually...
We can refer this to the next annual plan. That would be, if it didn't stay in the LTP, there is no resource for a welcome sign of any description.
But does council actually need to do it? Like, could it be a community-driven idea? So, I mean, we heard from Bev saying that none of her groups liked our sign that we sort of decided on it at some stage last term. So is it time to give it back to the community and say, well, if you want to put one up, bring it back to us and
We're in your hands, council.
So just to clarify, that, we did retain it in year 4, 150k in year 4.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Just want to repeat that, so we all got that clear.
So we did retain the welcome to Ashburton signage in year 4, 150k. 150.
So there is resource in year 4. So no doubt, if that gets confirmed, we'll work with Bev and the community on an appropriate sign.
Rob?
Yeah, thank you. Bev did state that there was support from the Lions, etc., to help fund. well, amongst other groups. And, yeah, with the money that you've just suggested, there's obviously going to be plenty there. It's about time we pulled finger and got that job done.
Yeah, there's a little bit of history to the project, and there's been some debate about various signs with the previous council, and there were some costings done, and so it may be plenty, but I guess until we get to year 4 we won't really know, unless future council brings it forward through an annual plan.
Sorry, just quickly before you, Carolyn, the 80 k's that Bev's mentioned about the speed of trains, does anybody actually bother to message here and say, hey, look, we've spoken to train drivers and they're actually going at around 50, 55. They're saying they're not going to get up to 80. Or do we just sort of hope that she captures that somewhere?
I think we would probably be slightly less specific in a reply to Bev around conversations with individual train drivers who may or may not be doing something. I think we can reflect to Bev that we too share the concerns about what 80 means in the middle of town and have raised those with KiwiRail. But I don't know that we go specifically to anecdotal conversations with individual train drivers in our reply.
Okay. Carolyn?
My question, thank you, was back to the old chestnut of the signs, which I think we've been talking about for 6 years since I've been on council. The 150k, and you answered my question, Hamish, we can bring it in next year at the annual plan. We can say we want that brought forward or not, depending on what the feeling around the table is. That's correct?
Yes, that's right. And the annual plan is an opportunity to bring forward or drop out or do
because
something
clearly we need
different.
some sort of signage out there. Yeah.
Okay, would you like us to have a look at these last 2 or 3 pages?
Yes, please.
Yes.
If you so desire.
So 75. '76. And 77. Now, before we close the meeting, is there anything else the top table would like to add?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm nodding and shaking my head at the same time. I think just in terms of the discussion that we had about Lake Camp, I think we indicated the next steps in there, reporting back to you at a later date if we're tabling the Lake Camp decision or further deliberations until after the 18th of September decision, then obviously that has some knock-on implications, but I don't think that's an issue there. Whether that's pushed back from October, the final adoption of the plan, October to November or December is probably not going to be making a huge difference.
Awesome. Thank you for your work today, guys. Thank you, council staff, and the thousands watching around the world. Declare the meeting closed.